Hello and welcome to DigiGreen conference, a final event of the NRK project brought to you by the European Union Interreg BSR program. And as you know, Europe is on a path to reach net zero emissions by 2050, and industry digitalization is one step towards it. And increased digitalization enables SMEs to reduce waste, to become more competitive, and increase their resilience toward unexpected global challenges. And digitalization is a stepping stone towards Industry 5.0 and its vision to create synergy between technology and human needs. Digital innovations are increasingly becoming a key enabler of the green transitions. And today, during this conference, we will be covering this twin transition. We'll see showcases from partner countries, experiences gained, main takeaways. We will hear about twin transition from representatives of European and national level, and we will learn about financial opportunities for SMEs and digital innovation hubs. And finally, we are going to have an expert roundtable from different organizations of this project that will touch upon not only countries' prospects, but of twin transition, but impact of European digital innovation hubs as well. My name is Laima Balčiūnė. I'm the CEO of Centers for Science and Technology Park, which is a lead partner of the NRK project. And today I will be the host of this digital event. And I'm very looking forward to all the exciting presentations and discussions we have planned for today. And in a couple of minutes, I will briefly represent you the main results of the project. But before that, let us have a look at one of the outcomes of the project, which is the digital maturity assessment tool.
We're living in an extremely fast-paced environment. And it's evident, to keep up in this new world, enterprise digitalization is vital for competitiveness and resilience. People all around the world expect the same kind of technology experience in a professional environment that they have in their personal lives. But my company has a CRM software. My business is digital. Well, let me tell you, nowadays it's not enough to be competitive. If you want to boost the circular economy business model by helping minimize waste, promoting longer life for products, and minimizing the transaction costs, digitalization is the way. And yes, I know, digitalization? How and where to start? All this might make you want to scratch your head. But there is a way. A way to make your company digitalized, more competitive, more sustainable, and capable of growth faster than you ever thought possible. The experts from Digital Innovation Hubs of North Europe have used their extensive knowledge and experience in implementing industry digitalization practices to develop the Digital Maturity Assessment Tool. Sounds complicated, but it's not. It uses a simple questionnaire with 26 questions, which will take you only 20 minutes, and it's absolutely free to use. After answering all the questions, you will see your company's digitalization score and the average score of your industry. Then you can have a look at your answer analysis, which will present the summary of your strengths and areas where you need improvement. But if you want to see the big picture and receive expert recommendations for your business, just click here, and you will be directed to the list of DIH. So what are you waiting for? Go and explore where you stand in your digital journey. Link is in the description.
So you just have seen an invitation for SMEs to use our digital maturity assessment tool. And of course, feel free to use it and encourage everyone to do so as well. And now let's take a look into NRK. And I will try to share my slides. I hope you can see it. Yep. Well, as you might see, project partners cover all Scandinavian and Baltic countries, which makes it a pure Baltic Sea region project. And I will not name every participant and every partner separately, as you will see all of them later. And despite partners from Denmark are associated ones, but not only we felt strong support from them, but we do have future plans for collaboration. So stay tuned for it. And yep. It is really worth to mention two major outcomes of the project. These are digital maturity assessment tool. Sorry, something is, yep. Digital maturity assessment tool. You saw a promo of this tool a minute ago, and digital competence map. Digital maturity assessment tool is specifically designed for all kinds of companies to assess their digital maturity and give a foundation for the internal discussions on strategic priorities and digitalization, opportunities and challenges. And digital competence map, well, it has been finalized very recently and is a powerful client-to-provider communication tool where users can search, ask for inquiries, and leave feedback to providers whose competences may fulfill their needs. This year we had a series of Industry 5 hackathons. And it was first of its kind hackathon in Europe dedicated to push forward the human-centric approach in industry. And during hackathons that were organized in partner countries, teams were working on finding innovative solutions using IoT, big data, or robotic technologies. And of course, we had much more events for capacity building. But I want to mention specifically initiatives for our target group, SMEs. We had more than 10 dedicated events. And in total, we are happy to say that over 500 companies were empowered to embrace digital innovations. And as a result of hackathons and events for SMEs, we have identified 8 pilot projects that received consulting services for their further digitalization. And projects have been solving challenges for health, wood manufacturing, education, transport, energy, food and beverage, furniture manufacturing, and other sectors. That was in a nutshell, and I would like to give a round of virtual applause to all the InnoCape project partners who are behind these achievements. And we will meet many of them today, so stay tuned. And my personal appreciation goes to my dream team of this project that is behind the scenes today. Evelina, Martina, Laurinas, and the ones who helped with final touch-ups, Lucia, Julia, and Agnia. So I will try to stop my screen sharing. And now for me, it is a big pleasure to introduce you our keynote speaker, Soren, who is the head of data economy and blockchain programs at GIS, also has a major experience working with European Commission at the same field. So Soren, it's great to have you here, and the stage is yours.
Well, thank you so much for inviting me. It's really exciting to be back, and as you know, I'm a big supporter of Digital Innovation Hub, so congratulations to all the great work you're doing. And today, in my remarks, I will actually focus on digital and sustainability. So everybody talks about sustainability these days, but very few people actually talk about the intersection between digital and sustainability and climate action. So, but let me first start with a short video, and then I'll come back. So this video should show you the intersection. So I hope you see this.
Not yet. Can you try again to share the screen?
Sorry, I should share my screen again. Did you see the video? No?
Not yet.
Not yet. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. So I will do this now. Pardon, please. No.
Yes, we can see it now.
Okay. Apologies. So this video is a program we've just launched at COP26 together with the UNFCCC, UNEP, and our partners, the German Federal Ministry for International Cooperation and the GIZ, and of course the European.
We're facing a man-made disaster of global scale. Our greatest threat in thousands of years, climate change. If we don't take action, the collapse of our civilizations and the extinction of much of the natural world is on the horizon.
We still have an open window that is not going to be open for long, in which we can act, so we need to take that opportunity to do something.
Climate change is one of the key challenges of our time. Action is needed urgently to achieve the Paris Agreement goal to limited global temperature rise. The Commission has proposed that the EU be climate neutral by 2050. Digital technologies have huge potential to address climate challenges, be they big data and artificial intelligence, Earth observation, space technologies, and network of sensors without batteries, the so-called Internet of Things, blockchain-managed supply chains, virtual technologies that will provide services without the need of material, such as music, low-power processors. Digital technologies can promote material reuse for a circular economy, improve air and water quality, and even protect biodiversity. At the same time, the environmental footprint of digital technologies, and in particular data centers, is increasing fast. All this raises important policy questions. One thing is clear: we need to act now and together, transforming common sense into common practice. That's why we have created the Digital for Climate interactive learning program. It aims at harnessing digital transformation for the benefit of the environment, accelerating climate action and contributing to digital technologies becoming more sustainable. We invite policymakers, development practitioners, and civil society actors to join our programme. Pre-register now and become part of a global community acting against climate change.
So I've got my essay written, and I've been working on it for about a week. So now I'm
So, thank you very much. So, I'm going back to my presentation. So I hope you could all see the video, and back to...
Yes, to share the presentation, you have to stop sharing screen
Yes.
and then to start again.
Yes, I will. Thank you. Sorry for these technical difficulties, but I'm almost there. Okay. I just really wanted to see this short video because it explained very well the intersection. Now into my presentation. But please join this interactive learning course, because what we have found out that a lot of people actually are really interested in knowing more about potential digital technologies offer for climate action and enhance sustainability. And that's why we have produced with over 80 speakers a very large course which brings you more details from experts. So So the first, as I said, intersection between digital and green. The Paris Agreement, we're convinced, there's a need for innovation, for technology, push and pull. What do I mean by that? That basically the current innovation we have and the current technologies will not be sufficient to actually meet the Paris Agreement. So we have to innovate, we have to come up with new applications, new adoption of technologies to have really fundamental changes needed to reach the goals of the Paris Agreement. The green and digital transformation are taking place at the same time. They're closely intertwined, but many times people either still work in sustainability on the digital sector, and here the emphasis is to bring it together. As the video has, I think, demonstrated, digital innovations such as AI, blockchain, IoT, supercomputer really provide unprecedented opportunities to enhance the sustainability of our economy and society. But as I think you've been working towards as well, we need new business models, complete radical new thinking about business models. Business as usual will be not sufficient to address the climate crisis. But what is really important that yesterday I just watched a really fascinating presentation from the US. In the United States, many people perceive it as the biggest business opportunity of our times, while we in Europe here many times are seeing it as a challenge, as obstacles, as barriers. But if you think about it, creating new opportunities for businesses and government to really enhance sustainability provides opportunities which we should capture. Innovations, but a key challenge we do face in that sense is to get our best innovations out of the lab and the market. And here I think the digital innovation hubs play a critical role to support the commercialization of digital clean tech solutions and to really scale them up. So if there's one big difference between us here in Europe and say the US, is that for us, there's still this very important challenge of scaling up innovations. We have two valleys of death, the lack of early financing and the growth financing. So that's why financing is also really critical to enable the innovators to take the best services and products to scale. So here you've already seen. Another aspect is this Digital for Climate interactive learning course. As I said, we work very closely with the United Nations, UNEP and UNFCCC, the Atingi platform developed by the German government and the GIZ and the European Commission. Because many people around the world have actually told us that they would like to learn more, that particularly policymakers need more information about the twin transition and how to actually translate this into concrete programs, into supporting startups, supporting SMEs, and enabling the digital and green transformation across all sectors of society. So if there's one message I would like to emphasize, it is in fact that it's not just to apply digital, say, to e-vehicles or batteries. It's about integrating, thanks to digital, a sustainability across all sectors of society. Also a construction sector, building, tourism, agriculture. So also the traditional economy, traditional sectors should be supported through digital and digitalization to enhance the sustainability. So this might be interesting for you as well. So we've launched an innovation challenge, Innovate 2030, also with a lot of private sector companies in partnership. And this challenge is open for all innovators, SMEs, startups to develop green tech solutions for specific challenges. So please take a look at the challenge. And I hope you can participate, and we have then the award ceremony also in about 4 months. And here why do we do this? The real issue is that basically we feel that we still there's a tremendous need to identify and to scale up innovations to tackle the challenges of climate change. And that's an incentive for companies to participate in this endeavor. So as mentioned already, one thing is very important, that the ICT sector also is responsible actually for a very important environmental footprint. It's about 8 to 10% of electricity consumption, and about 4% now of carbon emissions are due to ICTs, and rapidly increasing. You might have heard the discussion about blockchain and Bitcoin, but it's not just that, it's supercomputing, it's data centers, it's cell phones. So for instance, a key issue people don't think about is actually the materials we need to produce cell phones, and that cell phones are usually only used less than 2 years by people. So constantly changing your cell phone really is a challenge and causes vast amount of e-waste, and this issue is growing rapidly. So we really need to address this and to enhance the circularity of digital tools and also reduce the e-waste. So and then the lifespan of digital devices should be much enhanced. There's some statistics that if we would enhance the lifespan of cell phones, but just by, I think, 2 years, we would take 10 million cars off the street. So the effects are tremendous. Here, the first thing is to try greening the ICTs. So we work a lot on the digital D4D program, Digital for Development program, where Lithuania also is a key partner. There we basically work on greening data centers, so green data centers, and enhance the lifespan of electronic equipments, transparency of ICT footprint of ICT sectors, and eco-labeling. But it's really an opportunity again, but very much needed to green the data centers specifically. Next, ICT for sustainability. At the same time, we feel, and we have statistics now, that the ICT sector could contribute to reducing total greenhouse gas emissions by 15 up even 20%. This is 7 to 10 times more than the digital sector's own footprint. So, and they're just examples. For instance, precision farming. We believe there's a lot of room for this to happen in agri-food and in the agricultural sector. Smart communities in the urban sector, smart mobility, smart grids, energy efficiency, sustainable manufacturing and waste treatment, and also the extreme weather climate modeling. So, but basically here is one important message, that digital can be an enabler, a very important enabler to realize CO2 reductions across many sectors. So, and that's not yet being fully realized. So the European Commission actually has launched this declaration. There are 24 member states and Norway, Iceland have signed the high-level declaration on the green digital transformation in March. And this is very concrete because it also triggers now concrete programs which are enabled through this political commitment by the member states. So what is one concrete program is European Green Digital Coalition. So it's now works with over 40 companies already. These are the tech companies. So many of the large tech companies such as Ericsson, Nokia, SAP, Microsoft, IBM. And they basically have pledged to development to become carbon neutral by 2040. And also what is important to actually develop a methodology on how do we measure the net impact of green digital technologies. So as you might have heard, there's a lot of discussion about greenwashing, and how do we actually can determine whether a technology is sustainable or not. That's why we need to develop these methods and tools, which then we also want to share with the rest of the world and to influence and enable businesses to really follow these guidelines and recommendations to become truly sustainable and green. Here you see some of the early signatures, the founding members. So you see it's very broad ranging, and if you're interested to join, please let us know and contact the European Commission. So here another aspect is investments. I already mentioned it. So there's a huge, very important annual investment gap in Europe of about €6 billion because basically we are risk averse. What are the reasons? Why is there underinvestment in green tech? While everybody talks about about sustainability, climate change, in fact, people don't invest enough. There's not enough investment by the private sector. Also, governments don't yet invest sufficiently into the sector. So that's why there's this very important need to build like a public-private partnership for investments for digital clean tech, because we believe that this is a sector that really can transform the economy and can make a tremendous contribution. And that's why the EU launched the SME strategy for sustainability in Digital Europe, whereby also the Digital Clean Tech Investment Program was announced. So here the program, it's basically the idea is to pool funding together under the InvestEU program between the public funding, member states, the European Investment Bank, but also the EBRD, or if also needed from the IFC, the World Bank, and others, and the private sector and VC funds. So this is a program which is part of the EU's SME strategy. So now we at the GIZ, we work a lot internationally. This is actually an open invitation to also to Lithuania and all countries in the region to join. We have just launched within the Digital for Development Hub program, a new working group with the European Commission on Digital for Green. So you're very much invited to join this group and to really work with us towards advancing this agenda, not just in Europe, but globally. So we believe there's a lot of synergies between digital innovation hubs in Europe, but also innovation hubs in Asia, Latin America, the Africa region, or the Middle East, where a lot of joint opportunities could come out. So now specifically, I have more slides on blockchain for sustainability. So the first thing is, why blockchain? So blockchain can really change fundamentally the way we think about the Paris Agreement. So Article 6, at COP, one of the biggest discussion points among governments was about accountability, transparency, and how do we trace and track the so-called NDCs, the National Determined Commitments by the governments. So governments, and on the other hand, also, of course, of industry and SMEs. So blockchain enables you to better trust digital transactions. It lowers transaction costs, has very important efficiency gains. But what is important, it's a peer-to-peer system, meaning that also small actors, SMEs, startups could participate in a carbon trading scheme, because currently, and very few people know that, currently only that about 75% of companies in Europe do not participate at all in carbon trading, the ETS, European Trading System. So basically, blockchain could enable the track and traceability also of small actors and not just industry, and therefore widen and broaden much more the system of carbon trading. Decentralized data models, convergence. So here is enable transparency. So this was just what I talked about. Facilitate climate financing. Very few people know this, but you might have read that Tesla has now received the worth of $1.3 trillion, which is unbelievable. $1.3 trillion is bigger than 5 large companies together, such as Toyota, Volkswagen, GM. All of them together, Nokia, are smaller than Tesla. But what few people talk about is that the real business model of Tesla is not even selling cars. No, it's carbon certificates, carbon trading. So that's where they make most of their profits. And through blockchain, we could enable smaller businesses to participate in this as well. So here, quick summary again, why blockchain could in fact be very important for climate action, enhance traceability and transparency along the entire global supply chain, improve the measuring, reporting, and verification of greenhouse gas emissions. This is a huge factor right now because nobody really knows. Is it greenwashing? Is it true? Do people meet their pledges? So everybody now has made these tremendous pledges, and you might have heard what Greta Thunberg said to this. It's now really a phase moving from pledges to action, but then to verify that these actions lead to real, concrete results in terms of enhanced sustainability and reduction of CO2. Then here the carbon markets, I already talked about this, to make them more efficient, transparent, and inclusive, to grow the markets. The carbon markets now are still relatively limited because many SMEs, even they want to contribute, they are not able to contribute, participate at this moment. Then the financing, to expand access to sustainable finance and provide incentives for us, for citizens, to change our behaviors. So for instance, there are these tokens. So we discussed this the other day among colleagues. So imagine if you would get a token in the morning, a reward, if you use your bicycle or public transport to go to work. So basically, direct reward system for us citizens to act differently, and then also get some financial rewards through a blockchain-based system. Key challenges, of course, this is the other side of the coin. The energy consumption is very high now of blockchain, and particularly Bitcoin. But of course, this is the message. Blockchain is so much more than Bitcoin. So it's proven now there's also blockchain much more advanced. So we're moving from proof of work to proof of stake, which is much less energy efficient, much more energy efficient, and enhanced interoperability is still an issue, technical maturity, but now it's really become a scalable technology. So, and the last is the regulatory framework. It's very important in this aspect. So here again, the Paris Agreement and the different opportunities for blockchain, but technology in general. So let me maybe wrap up here. So the key messages, I think, from my presentation, I would like to say are the following. First, there is important to recognize the digital and green transformation should go hand in hand, and we have to work on the intersection of both. So not just one works on digital and the other on climate. The second is the green and digital transformation present unprecedented opportunities. So it's a huge business opportunity for many businesses, but a fundamental change of business models and real innovation is needed to basically come to real sustainability models that make an impact. And the last but not least is all stakeholders matter. So it's all about us. It's about us citizens. We cannot just blame governments. Government alone will not be the solution. So it's about government enabling innovations, fostering green tech technologies, bringing together stakeholders, and similar with industry. Again, industry alone, as I tried to convey to you, industry alone, industry of course is a very important cause for CO2 emissions, but just think about the data of buildings, construction, small farmers. So it's basically SMEs, startups, and us citizens coming together in an alliance to fight climate action, but with, I would say, huge opportunities in digital, providing business opportunities for us all as an economy and society. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Soren, for your insights, for the presentation. And indeed, let's convert circularity, climate action from common sense into common practice. It's really a nice message. And of course, all the shareholders are so very important. I think we will be able to share everyone's slides, and if there will be some questions or additional comments or something, I believe we will be able to share your contacts as well. Thank you for that. And now we can move to our next speaker, who will provide us with high-level insights and we'll speak about Lithuania's potential in accelerating green and digital transition. So I would like to welcome Ričardas Valančiauskas, the Director of Innovation and Industry Department at the Ministry of Economy and Innovation. So Ričardas, thank you for being with us. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Laima. Good morning, all of the participants. It is really my pleasure to take part in today's conference and to take part in the event of the project that I was also partly involved in the early beginning of the early days of the project. So it's good to see that the project was smooth and it was successful, and now we can enjoy the benefits and the results of the project. So without further ado, I will share my slides. Hopefully you can see the full presentation, the full mode. So as Laima introduced, I would like to talk about the acceleration of green and digital transition in general and most specifically in Lithuania. So what kind of initiatives we have planned in the near future and how these initiatives can help for our industry to become greener and more digital. So a short overview about on my presentation today. So first I would like just quickly go through the benefits of green and digital transition, then to focus a bit on the digital innovation hubs. Next on the three very important strategic documents, three roadmaps that are being developed or have already been developed, some of them in Lithuania. And finally, what kind of measures the future holds for Lithuanian industry. So first of all, benefits of green and digital transition. So you've heard a lot in the previous presentations, so I will not probably stick to this a lot, to this part of the presentation, but the fourth industrial revolution has boosted the usage of various innovative solutions such as robotics, artificial intelligence, 3D printing, and so on. And extensive usage of these technologies will immerse industry into the circular economy, where industry produces more durable materials and runs on its own byproducts. In this way, the industry will become a central element of a more sustainable world and will be able to ensure its own future at the same time. And we are now looking into the potential of a happy marriage between Industry 4.0 and circular economy that could, with properly reshaped industry, deliver transformative environmental, economic, and social benefits. So you can see 5 main, but of course this list is not limited to these 5 benefits of green and digital transition. First of all, reduction of the use of non-renewable resources. Of course, we know that we have a limited amount of those resources, so we are able to change them into renewable ones. So definitely everyone will benefit from that. The second thing is the reduction of carbon emissions. So of course, we would like to be as environmentally friendly as possible, and the Green Deal and other initiatives, of course, puts a high focus on the reduction of those bad emissions into the nature. Next one, the phase-free economic activity. So we have a vision that in the future there will be economic activities that will not require or will not leave any waste after its performance. So definitely this is one of the key things why we should stick to the green and digital transition. The next benefit for the consumers themselves. So for example, the individual manufacturing of products, for example, of sneakers and so on. So definitely consumers now are in the driver's seat, at least in some ways, to produce the goods that they would like to have for their own needs. And finally, of course, the transition, it brings a lot of new opportunities for businesses, for new business models, for other companies. So we can see an ecosystem where all of the partners or players of this ecosystems can benefit from the cooperation with each other. A short quick at the Lithuanian industry. So actually, industry in Lithuania has a very strong position, and it's been for quite some time. And Lithuanian industry accounts to a 1/5 of the total of Lithuania's GDP. And as we see from the crisis and from other bad examples, well, the strong industry is a key for a country, for a region to stay competitive. And then we're really happy that Lithuanian industry is quite strong, and hopefully we will have even stronger industry in the near future with the initiatives we have planned so far. And not only the success of industry is important for the industry itself, but for the other sectors as well. For example, for the logistics, for other services. So the industry creates jobs for other sectors as well. And it's very important to grow the whole economy and then not to focus only on one limited sector. Also, Lithuanian industry is quite well integrated in international value chains. So majority of the production is being exported abroad and is recognized globally, and this is going to continue, and I think going to improve as well. Another thing, key thing is that in Lithuania we have a quite good infrastructure, ICT infrastructure, which is really crucial for the digitalization. And so we are constantly upgrading the systems within the networks, providing world-class internet connectivity and accelerating digitalization. And we can see from various rankings, for example, from DESI, that Lithuania is 14th, and this is a quite good achievement for our country. But of course, there are also some areas where we could improve, in particular in regards to the human capital. And as I already mentioned, industry is has a big share of exports in Lithuania, and actually for 80% of total exports, well, these goods comes from the industry. Now, a few words about Digital Innovation Hub. So I guess you're all familiar with the concept, but just a short look back. So the concept itself emerged 5 years ago when the European Commission launched a communication digitizing European industry. And in this communication, the Commission defines digital innovation hubs as units that helps companies in the region to become more competitive by means of digital technologies, by helping to improve their business production processes as well as products through the usage of digital solutions. So basically, digital innovation hubs are one-stop shops that provide assistance and technical expertise for the companies so that can they test before invest. And this is also a very important thing to first test the solution, if it's viable, if it's feasible, and then if you see the positive feedback, you can of course adapt it to your general businesses. And regarding digital innovation hubs, so proximity is considered very important because digital innovation hubs, they act as a first regional point of contact, a doorway, and also as a very important part of the innovation ecosystem in general. In Lithuania, we have nearly 20 digital innovation hubs, so you can see the number, 18 DIGs that are included in the list of the European Commission. And in order to support the development of digital innovation hubs, the Ministry of Economy and Innovation has implemented a program, Digital Innovation Hubs, which was implemented through the EU structural support. And nearly 18 million euros were invested into the development and strengthening of the hubs and the promotion of their integration into the international networks. And also there are some other initiatives that were implemented and are still being implemented on project basis. And through these projects, companies can get consultancy services, training, technology audits, and similar relevant services. A quick look on the European Digital Innovation Hubs initiative, which is stated in the Digital Europe program. So definitely European Digital Innovation Hubs will play a role in stimulating the broad uptake of artificial intelligence solutions, of high-performance computing and cybersecurity, as well as other technologies. And also environmental issues are also taken into account, in particular with regard to energy consumption and low carbon emissions. And Lithuania has been very active in this area as well. So we have been involved in that for a few years already. And we have pre-selected 3 digital innovation hubs that were provided as designated candidates for the European Commission. And hopefully next year, most likely in the middle of the next year, we will have a formal status of these 3 digital innovation hubs, Lithuanian digital innovation hubs, that will work under the umbrella of European Digital Innovation Hubs network. Now I would like to talk about 3 strategic documents that provides us the guidelines and directions how we should promote and help industry to become more competitive. So those roadmaps include industry digitalization, industry integration into European strategic value chains, and industry transformation towards circular economy. And we hope that these plans with roadmaps will play a major role in shaping the future of the Lithuanian industry. And I will just go quickly through all of the three roadmaps. So the first one is actually already prepared a few years ago, Industry Digitalization Roadmap, and it states the vision of the 2030 digitalized industry. And in this vision, we see that we hope that Lithuania will be dominated by relatively small, smart, and agile factories manufacturing higher value-added products for niche markets as well. Those companies will be flexible and will be able to diversify rapidly to meet changing market needs. Another aspect is that the companies will be even more deeply embedded that we have now into the international value chains. So through various partnerships, through realization markets, maybe through ownership, but to be part of the global landscape is very crucial for Lithuanian industry's development. Another thing, we hope that Lithuania will be seen and actually will be a test bed for new cutting-edge technological solutions that will be developed in Europe or in other regions, in the United States, in Japan. But those solutions will be first deployed in Lithuania for demonstration purposes and then spread across the other countries and other regions. And that Lithuanian solution providers and solution integrators will work with the latest technologies. Finally, the state-of-the-art infrastructure for industry development is another area where we will be focusing our attention. And definitely we need to improve both the existing infrastructure and create a new one, which would meet the needs of the current trends to provide accessible transportation, logistics, energy, and ICT appropriate for the 5G network and Industry 5.0. The second roadmap, the industry integration into European strategic value chains. So again, internationalization is very well embedded in this roadmap as well. And to promote the internationalization, we plan to make investment in strengthening SMEs partnership culture, promoting participation of the SME network in international networks in the Baltic Sea region as well, and various clusters. And we would like to do this through various tools, through study visits, through organization of roadshows of our companies abroad and in other countries, through participation in international exhibitions, also by helping to develop the marketing strategies and to acquire export manager services. And the final roadmap, which is still being developed at the moment, if all goes according to plan, so we will have it finalized already next month. So I refer here to the industry transformation towards circular economy. And in this roadmap, so we are going to highlight the main priority areas needed for the transformation of the Lithuanian industry towards circular economy. So first, to develop a platform of circular economy stakeholder cooperation. So when we talk about circular economy, so of course, it's not only one entity or two or three, there's a lot of different entities starting with the policymakers. So it's Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Economy and Innovation, other policymakers, also the companies, research organizations, so everyone who may and will definitely play a part in the transition towards circular economy. So we are going to set up this kind of platform to have a very extensive cooperation and to discuss on further development areas. Then, of course, there's a need to improve or even create new regulation, which is favorable for the circular economy, to encourage companies to invest in new innovation and new technologies that will make the circular economy in Lithuania happen. With the regulatory environment, of course, we will need to ensure financial incentives. So I will talk briefly in the end of my presentation, and also to ensure that there will be the required knowledge and competences and a common understanding among all the stakeholders. So also there are some plans to boost the knowledge and competences in the industry in the upcoming years. And finally, development of innovation technologies and infrastructure. So Lithuania, of course, has a smart specialization strategy where we are going to have 3 major priority areas: ICT, health technologies and biotechnologies, and new materials and processes. So definitely we're going to focus the development of innovation in these 3 smart specialization areas. And finally, so what kind of measures are planned for the further development of the industry and its transformation towards circular economy and digital economy? So in total, we have calculated, so for the moment, we have more than 600 million euros in our plans that will be spread across the beneficiaries, across the industry. And you can see the 3 main areas of intervention: circularity with 75 million euros investment, then digitalization with more than 100 million euro investment, and climate neutrality, which will have a major stake of the financial contribution from the policy makers from the government side. So first of all, EU structural support and EU structural funds investment program. So a lot of different programs are planned in order to help our Lithuanian industry. So I just will briefly go through the main aspects of those programs. So first, the SMEs transformation, industrial transformation. So we are going to encourage the development, demonstration and deployment of innovative digital and environmentally friendly technologies in the smart specialization areas. Another program will be dedicated for the energy efficiency that will help to reduce energy usage by enabling investment into the application of the latest and most environmentally friendly equipment and technological solutions in production processes. Another program, renewable energy resources in industries. So we're going to put investment in development and implementation of new, more efficient technologies in industry in order to use energy to meet the internal needs of enterprises, enabling the supply of surplus energy to other industrial companies and or transfer to centralized energy networks. Industry digitalization is another area of investment. So we're going to promote the automation of industrial SMEs production processes and the introduction of digital technologies. And also final initiative, as already briefly mentioned before, European Digital Innovation Hubs. So we are going to invest in those 3 hubs that will be given the status of European Digital Innovation Hubs in Lithuania in order to develop digital competences in the areas of high performance computing, AI, and cyber security. Other sources of investment are Just Transition funds. So Just Transition Fund is another European instrument to help the regions with the highest social risks. In Lithuania, we have 3 such regions, Kaunas, Klaipėda, and Šiauliai, where we have the biggest industry companies in our country. So the investment will be made into reducing greenhouse gases and also to mitigate the negative effects of implementation of new solutions for the workers. Another source, New Generation Lithuania, the plan also coming from the European Commission's initiative, and under the RRF, which is known globally, we are going to set up an Industry 4.0 lab, which will serve as an exchange platform for practical technological knowledge and solutions, and will encourage Lithuanian companies to implement digital technologies in the field of circular economy. And finally, Digital Europe program. So the investment that will be secured from the European Commission, again, to provide advisory and financing services for SMEs in order to help them to become more digital. And final two sources, Modernization Fund. So the fund is intended for companies involved in the emissions trading system sector, and the companies from this sector will be able to receive support for the reduction of greenhouse gases, and climate change program, which is a larger program, but part of the climate change program will be also dedicated for the industry, including both emissions trading system and non-emission trading system companies. And they will also be funded to replace polluting technologies with non-polluting technologies in their business operations. So this is what I wanted to present to you today. I hope you now have a broader picture of what kind of initiatives are being planned in Lithuania, and how we are going to improve the current situation of our industry, which hopefully will become even more stronger and be part of the international value chains. So thank you from my side.
Thank you, Richard. And I'm more than happy to see all the initiatives. And let's hope that roadmaps and programs and all measures will work nice and smooth in practice, and will enable our industry, SMEs, and public sector to embrace this green and digital transition. Well, and now it's time for a break, and let's come back right after 10 minutes. welcome back after the break. What you just saw now is the Sunrise Valley campus, the place where it all started from idea to establish network of DIHs from Northern Europe to a very nice partnerships. And it is nice to see all the partners growing into European digital innovation hubs. And I'm sure we will hear about it from themselves. And as for us, we are coordinators of EDIH Vilnius. And precisely tomorrow, we are having the kickoff of the consortium partners, consisting from two major universities of Lithuania, biggest RTO, associations of robotics, biotechnology, city municipality, two science and technology parks, and the telematics company. And we are very looking forward to the start of EDIX that will enable us for extensive capacity building to provide services for SMEs and public sector at a much faster pace. So, all right, up next, we will have 6 presentations and chats from 6 partner countries, all about their prospects, about project outcomes, about EDIC development, and other insights, tips, and tricks, of course, for SMEs and the public sector to overcome the twin transition of green and digital. And let's start with Estonia.
Hello everyone, and greetings from Tartu, Estonia. We will be representing 2 partners of the InnoCape project. I have Katrin next to me from Tartu City Government, and my name is Annet, and I'm from the University of Tartu. We will be presenting some of the main takeaways of the InnoCape project for us, and also how the project has led the way for Estonia's candidate for the European Digital Innovation Hub.
But first, I will give you a brief overview of the manufacturing sector in Estonia. It is the largest economic sector in Estonia, accounting for nearly 15% of Estonia's GDP. It is also the largest employer with over 100,000 employees, and that counts for 18% of the total employment. And of course, manufacturing sector is a big exporter and accounts for 2/3 of the total export in Estonia. Here you can also see the biggest sectors. By far, mechanical engineering is the largest manufacturing sector in Estonia. We would say that wood sector is maybe the most digitalized sector in Estonia, and then other sectors follow. I've put here this nice figure because we started InnoCape project by looking at the DESI reports, and I'd like to finish off with one as well. And we looked at the last 3 years, how Estonia has done specifically in the integration of digital technology in companies. And I'm glad to say that we have developed in that field quite a lot in last years. And this year, 2021, we have gone above the EU average in integration of digital technology. So I cannot say it's all InnoCape's doing, but definitely there has been contributions by the project as well in terms of awareness raising, in terms of educating DIHs and policymakers. But to state a few more reasons why this has happened, then I would point out that in the last 2 years, more than 12 million euros of public investment has been targeted on AI, and also the AI and Robotics Estonia Hub has been recently created, and Annet will tell you more about it a bit later. But nevertheless, I'd also point out that we lag behind in some areas, namely the deployment of 5G. And still not all businesses in Estonia take advantage of the digital technologies. But on the bright side, Estonia will release end of this year its new digital strategy for the period until 2030. And this strategy will be the cornerstone of future digital developments in Estonia. But to tell you a bit about our state measures and maybe also the force behind why Estonia has ranked so high this year in digitalization of industry, then I would, I've listed here a few points. This is not all the measures that are applied, but just to list a few, then, and these are the most important ones, then the digitalization roadmap is a program for companies to map out the processes for digitalization. And this 3-month masterclass is something to how to act on these findings and to help them follow through with this digitalization in their companies, or at least to start with it. Then 2 vouchers by the Enterprise Estonia. Innovation voucher is to map this innovation possibility in companies, and development voucher to hence develop these findings. Digitalization voucher was first created by the bigger cities in Estonia, Tartu and Tallinn, but has now reached all over Estonia. It is not the same system everywhere. It's a bit different in Tallinn, a bit different in Tartu, and the last overall measure is also a bit different. But the bigger cities were an inspiration for it to develop all over Estonia. And finally, applied research program is meant for R&D projects specifically, and for all kinds of companies actually. But the last measure, enterprise development program, is meant for more mature companies, at least 3 years old, with the aim to develop something in the smart specialization fields in Estonia. And also, what I forgot to mention about the applied research program is the amount of funding that is minimum 1 million and maximum 2 million euros.
Yes, thank you. I will take over from here. We have listed some of the main takeaways for us from the InnoCape project. First of those is regarding the digital maturity assessment tool. It was actually a very good process for us grading one for InnoCape, and we got to know the local companies better and also how to assess the maturity. But during grading this tool, we also actually found out that there are many duplicating tools. So there can be considered somehow merging those, and we might have been a bit hesitant creating a new one, but it was actually a very useful process for us. And actually Tartu's digitalization voucher grew out of this process as well to support the local manufacturing companies. Also, during our visits to other countries and while we created the DMA tool, we got to know better different resources that there are in neighboring countries that are very useful also for us. So thanks to InnoCape, we found out what can be used from the neighbors, and that we don't have to develop everything from scratch ourselves. And the same goes with the best practices. We had study visits to different manufacturing companies to see the high level of digitalization and automation they had, so we could bring back the experiences and share it here with Estonian companies as well. One particular thing that we wanted to bring out is that Katrin and I both participated at the digital transformation course, which was conducted as one of the activities in InnoCape, and it actually gave us some inspiration regarding our own courses in Estonia. And although we did know it before, we got to know it better, that how well it works when you have home assignments based on your own company. So this particular course had assignments all the time, and you had to go through deep into your own company to think it through, and it was actually very useful. So now when we are conducting courses, we definitely take the same approach to the courses, as we saw how well it works. And also all of the InnoCape activities actually help to raise awareness regarding the upcoming European Digital Innovation Hubs and to prepare for it. So everyone who is planning to apply for it, become a candidate, actually the InnoCape activities help to prepare for it better. And this is actually what I'm continuing with, how these activities help to set the stage for AIRE. AIRE is an acronym from AI and Robotics Estonia, which is the candidate for Estonian candidate for the European Digital Innovation Hub. And I've listed some of the activities and how it has helped us actually in this preparation phase. So one of the activities was to conduct a pilot project with SMEs. And here in Tartu, driven by the study visits that we did to other Scandinavian countries, we decided to pilot our industrial master's program in IT in the manufacturing sector. Shortly, it's a program where we are pairing up an IT master student with a company, and the student is doing a job-based internship there and also writing their master thesis based on this company. So far, we have matched the students with IT companies. It made a lot of sense. They can bring a lot of value there. But we found out that actually it is a good idea to team a student with IT domain knowledge with a manufacturing company to help support the digital transformation. And so we are still in the piloting phase, which will end in spring. And if all goes well, we will continue with it. And this is actually a very valuable input for us for future digitalization projects, because we got to know the manufacturing environment better, how data is collected, how it is used, how machine learning can be implemented. So this is a great value and inspiration for upcoming projects with the manufacturing companies. Then in spring, we conducted workshops for SMEs. We had a 2-day workshop about optimizing processes in a manufacturing company, where we had almost 40 participants from manufacturing SMEs. And after the workshop, we asked for some feedback as well. And I've listed some of the questions that we asked from them. And we got actually very thorough answers to those regarding the challenges that they have regarding digitalization, what knowledge and skills are they lacking, and also to touch the ground a bit regarding the people management and change management. So we would know what kind of knowledge they would need, what kind of courses we can conduct and help them through with the digitalization in the future. And also seminars for the DIH staff. We had the 3 online seminars with guest speakers from Estonia and abroad to learn more about the current situation of digitalization in Estonia from different perspectives, learn more about artificial intelligence, what it can do, what it cannot do, and how it has been used in manufacturing companies. And also we've included some foreign experts from different innovation hubs in Europe to share their activities on how they involved SMEs and how to change the mindset of managers of the SMEs regarding digitalization. And this has actually gotten us forward regarding the preparation of our own innovation hub and how to reach SMEs. And to finish off, I will show you also a short video of the Estonian candidate for the European Digital Innovation Hub. Afterwards, in the panel discussion, you will find more about the project from the project leader. And if you want to contact us or partner up, then you will see the website as well. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you.
Thanks to Annette and Catherine for a great overview. And it is nice to hear that InnoCape helped you to raise awareness and to prepare for EDIF. And all of the best of luck, of course, for Aire in the Digital Europe program. So next on the stage, we will see our friends from Latvia. Let's tune in.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present on behalf of the Latvian IT cluster, one of the InnoCape project partners. My name is Ilze Raudiņa, and I'm going to speak to you today about the future digital transformation for small and medium enterprises. But first of all, let me shortly introduce my organization. Latvian IT Cluster and Digital Innovation Hub is an IT community-based organization initiating and leading cooperation of Latvian IT industry, educational and research institutions, public sector, and businesses and industry associations. It supports Latvian IT companies operating in ICT business sector and acts as a guide for other business sector SMEs to promote the digital transformation of our country. To begin, we have to admit that only about 1 out of 5 companies across the European Union are sufficiently digitalized, and more than 90% of SMEs are holding back in digital innovation. Digitally innovative SMEs are important because the digital transformation opens new doors of opportunities for big and small companies. However, many companies still find it difficult to understand which technologies are the most appropriate to invest in and what is the return of investment for their digital transformation. To secure international competitiveness of European companies, all economic sectors should be able to take the advantage of future digital transformation. As an answer to that, the European Union aims to help companies to improve their products, services, manufacturing and business process through the use of digital technologies, consequently leading to a greener environment with the support of the European network of digital innovation hubs. As an answer to the above stated challenges, we recognize the InnoCape project as the first step towards possible solutions. During the project implementation, we have identified that transnational cooperation is one of the key factors to facilitate expansion into international markets. Joint efforts of the project partners led to showcasing digital innovation hubs as more recognized players of the European digital innovation ecosystem. Public authorities play a major role in addressing digitalization issues in their respective country, and now, based on experience gained within the InnoCape project, also governmental decisions can be built on a better understanding of tangible conditions in the small and medium enterprise sector, and more suitable grant programs for digital transformation can be established. Considering that the mission of digital innovation hubs is also to bridge the gap between the digitalization needs of small and medium enterprises, this project brought us sufficiently closer to our main target group with several pilot project activities. It was also crucial to build a sustainable bridge within future European digital innovation hubs, taking part in this project as a key to opening collaboration corridors with other digital innovation hubs in Europe. A good example on how digital transformation can generate competitive advantage is reflected in project case studies. We are proud to witness within the project how digital transformation strategy can change business process in the company in a short period. The real examples of our companies participating in the InnoK project activities strengthened our confidence in the inevitable future of digital transformation. Another instrument that allows improving pan-European digital transformation is an initiative created by the European Commission to create a sustainable European Digital Innovation Hub network, consisting of around 200 hubs. European digital innovation hubs will function as a one-stop shop that help companies dynamically respond to digital challenges and become more competitive. Digital innovation hubs, and as well as Latvian IT cluster, are here to help companies to grow, and this is how we can transform and build an effective future innovation ecosystem. The increased capacity of innovation actors is established through the increase of macro-regional collaboration between public authorities and digital innovation hubs. Latvian IT Cluster is one of the national European Digital Innovation Hub nominates. We call ourselves a guide who encourages small and medium-sized companies to make a digital transformation. For us, that was an initiative to lead the digitalization and transformation process in Latvia. We established it for the main reason, to help companies to become more digitally aware, and our main mission is to lead companies through digitalization opportunities. InnoK project has helped us to identify how we can achieve our goals. Let me share our main lessons learned during this project. Creating the digital maturity assessment tool in close cooperation with the project partners allowed us to identify and compare the strengths and weaknesses of companies in different countries of the Baltic Sea region. As a result, we can apply the best possible solutions to improve the competitiveness of Latvian companies. The tools created within the project have increased the knowledge, skills, and competence of public authorities regarding the current situation on the digitalization level of small and medium enterprises in respective countries. Case studies of successful digitalization strategies in small and medium enterprises created with the help of InnoK project activities are advocating for the need for continuous digital transformation in the future. Since the main goal of the Digital Innovation Hub is to bring together the different stakeholders, also InnoK cooperation model was based on a cross-sectoral and multi-level approach and brought together actors of the digital innovation ecosystem to experiment with the new approaches and solutions during industry hackathons, bringing together different industries with ICT sector. We have engaged multiple players of the digital innovation ecosystem and endeavored a digital format of the hackathon, namely municipalities, different public authorities, companies, citizens, and open data specialists. Such first-of-its-kind hackathon in Latvia was a great success. During the hackathon, we worked in close cooperation with the local municipality that opened its data. Not only did the hackathon result in concrete solutions for identified digitalization challenges in terms of ideas and concepts, but also valuable knowledge was acquired. Useful public and private sector data were collected and proceeded, as well as new jobs were created. Thus, the municipality of Cēsis became the first digitally courageous local municipality in Latvia, creating a map of future opportunities, opening datasets on issues important to the local municipality, entrepreneurs, and citizens. An outstanding example of collaboration and digital courage. Since digital transformation and ICT is one of our national strategic priorities described in the policy planning documentation, the future strategy of economic transformation is set towards higher added value and more efficient use of resources. Our approach of building ecosystem between government, private sector and academia to facilitate innovation creates diverse ecosystems and strong collaboration. Smart use of clean digital technologies can serve as a key enabler for climate and environmental sustainability. Within the InnoK project, we not only have tried to solve the increase of the level of digital maturity, but also to promote the digital transition as the way of smarter and greener use of technologies that will contribute to a green environment. Technology can improve energy and resource efficiency, facilitate the circular economy, lead to a better allocation of resources, reduce emissions, pollution, biodiversity loss, and environmental degradation. At the same time, the ICT sector must ensure the environmentally friendly design and deployment of digital technologies. We, as a digital innovation hub, see this STEP roadmap as a way of enterprises heading towards the implementation of digital transformation. For the very first stage, it is important to raise awareness by experience exchange and best practice takeover. This is the level we should keep active, because only starting from that point we can foster companies' interest. Also, common activities, matchmaking, product development support is the level where we see the creation of collaboration corridor as a major target. InnoK project was about establishing a cooperation model for the sustainable evolution of the Baltic Sea region's digital innovation ecosystem. We see that type of project as a suitable platform towards digital innovation hubs excellence. Since European Commission puts a very strong expectation on the European Digital Innovation Hub network, it is crucial to work together and find the right partners. We are open to collaboration and are looking forward to the future joint activities to strengthen network and pan-European ties. For the final words, I would say that coming together is a beginning. Keeping together is a progress. And working together is a success. Thank you very much.
Big thanks goes to Ilse and all Latvian IT cluster teams. Thank you for being with us and very well said. Let's make our work a success, and of course, all of best of luck to your edict. All right, so now let's go to Sweden.
Hej Kristoffer! Hi Tuven! It will be a short conversation between us and about InnoK project for the past and a possible future.
Yes, so we will discuss a little about our main key takeaways. So, what do you think? What should we bring up?
What should we bring up? Well, first of all, I would like to bring up the DMA tool. We've been spending some time with the DMA tool, almost all over the project. First of all, designing it.
What is a DMA tool?
Oh, digital measurement.
No, I think it's digital
maturity assessment.
Yeah. And what is that?
What is that? Well, first of all, it was very technical for us. We started with the Singapore index, and we started to actually measure technical part of the products. But we turned into
how much technology and what kind of techniques you're using. Yeah.
But we turned more and more into the awareness instead.
Why?
Why?
Yeah, I think we tested the Singapore model with some SME, and then they didn't understand nothing. Do you use AI for this and this? And yeah.
Yeah, I think that turn of the DMA tool was a good turn. And today the DMA tool, as it looks today, I think that suits the early stage companies in this digitalization process. I think it suits them well. And the awareness rising is more important than an actual number on their technical level, because that
I think the digital maturity assessment was more to start a discussion on awareness. Why? What is the purpose? What is something you can achieve, and what kind of business models and what kind of techniques can you apply to achieve something more? And this questionnaire was something that was very generic and can be applied for any business sector. So I think even we tested this tool piloting for many different kind of business sectors, and I think we met many times, and the feedback was that they find it very good to start the discussion point. What will digitalization mean for us, and what will we gain for it? So,
but I also think that we've seen recent interest of actually being part of the tool and taking it further on, and taking it on as a part in this EDI process, European Digital Innovation Hubs. We met partners that really like our tools, our DMA tool, and would like to be part of it.
And this is really interesting.
That is really interesting. That is really interesting.
And the thing is that the Digital Innovation Hubs needs to actually do the measurement during the journey of the SME if the maturity is increasing for the SME. First, at the first meet, and the next after we have did some initiation and did some proof of concepts and see if the maturity is growing, and if you can.
It actually works. Another thing that I would like to bring up, maybe that is first of all to give myself some good feedback, but the Kickstart process that we've been using so frequently in Sweden, it worked also in Baltics, and we've seen that it's been working in other places in Europe as well. But
that was,
for example, in Latvia, it seems to work also in other companies, and in other countries, cross-border.
Yeah, this is very interesting that we had some cross-border collaboration, and we could have some knowledge transfer and share our good practices in what way we have been working with the digitalization in Sweden, and we just share it. And you did the trainer session in Finland, I think it was.
In any case, we did it digitally anyway. So
So I think we saw a lot of interesting, and even in another project, since it was so good response, so we used it another project, and
that still worked.
Yes.
It still worked. Okay, that's enough of bragging then. But I also would like to have one idea about the case studies, because I remember them all. Kyrie Gin wasn't too bad either.
This was very good. And
that was good.
The sauna is something you should do a lot more.
A lot of innovation in saunas.
Yes.
But I know the one that I had top of mind, that was the DNB, the Norwegian bank. That wasn't the bank, they said.
No, this was something, we are not a bank anymore. What? But you are the largest bank? No, we are a fintech company. Okay, what does that mean? It's really strange. And they said that we are the money creation and all the competition around money transactions is the business are. Just look at Google Pay and Apple Pay and all these mobile banking solutions. And now this is the
which all are fintech companies.
Yeah.
Also.
Yeah. So I was quite shocked that they were rebranding themselves. We are not bank, we are fintech.
But I also remember several things of that meeting and of that study visit, but also the top floor of the building.
The great view.
Yeah, the great view and the wallpapers, which, which all were business model canvases, BMCs. So it looked like we were in some kind of startup facility, more than a traditional bank.
And we are actually part of the startup. So this is tools we are using frequently all the day. So to see that in a bank, it was something I didn't expect actually. So
I hope more banks and more fintech companies use these tools as well.
Yeah, indeed, and so. This was, I think we have a lot of more things to bring up, especially the partnership. I think that was a very good combination of policy stakeholders and also the forthcoming digital innovation hubs as well.
Yeah, it was a strong partnership. It would have been fun to have more in real meetings. COVID took some part of the fun away about the project meetings, but it was really a good consortium.
Yeah.
Really.
But nowadays, I think digitalization, Industry 4.0 or 5.0 is not having the main focus anymore. I think sustainability and resilience and the green is the new buzzword.
Yeah, maybe combined also with digitalization, but using digitalization as a tool to actually create a sustainability and to do the sustainability transformation. We need the digital parts.
Yeah, but the focus will be on the sustainability and the circular economy. And to increase the circular economy, you need to create sustainable business models and create new green innovations. And this is
and using circular materials, circular products.
Yeah,
and so that's part of the business models.
And also look at the production lines and designing how to do it with focus on sustainability.
And not to mention the consuming part.
Yes.
How to get the consumers to actually think in reusing and the using for longer times and so on.
And recycling with the non-toxic and also to circular for materials. And the best is to have the reuse and not recycling. That's the most best. So I think digitalization can be the enabler to actually to achieve the circular economy.
Definitely, the digitalization is a vital enabler for this.
Yeah, we have been working a lot with the circular models, sustainabilities, etc., but not combined with digitalization. Maybe, yeah.
We would like to do that. We would like to do that in a partnership. We would like to do that in a future partnership. Business models, innovation, circular materials, more consuming, more using, and also production and designing and production for circularity, and how to put a digital layer on top of all this. We would like to form a partnership, maybe in a cross-border project, maybe around the Baltic Sea, and maybe with partners that we like. We would really like to do this.
Yes, so please make contact to us, and we will create the best sustainable innovations of that.
Yes.
I think we have a lot of knowledge transfer both ways we can do in the Baltic Sea region.
Yeah. Okay, that's all for us. And from Sweden we've been RISE Research Institute as a project partner, and also Umeå University. And it's Christopher and I, and Daniel you will meet in the panel discussion later.
Thank you for us, and have a nice
bye-bye.
I'm sorry, I was muted. So I was just saying big thanks to RISE team for a cozy chat. And it is good to know about your openness for partnerships to create sustainable innovations. We, and not only us, we will have that in mind. And next on the list, we have Norway.
Hello, everybody, and thank you very much for the invitation to come here and share a little bit of what we do in Digital Norway when helping particularly small and medium-sized enterprises in applying digital technologies. So what I will focus on today is data sharing and lifelong learning and how we work to make sure that companies actually get access to the latest and greatest in technology competence and cases where they can actually learn to apply these technologies. So first, a little bit about Digital Norway. Digital Norway is founded to increase the competitiveness of Norwegian SMEs. We ensure that all companies can take part in the data-driven economy, and we contribute to a data-driven innovation in their value chain. We're founded approximately 4 years ago as a non-profit company by 15 of the leading Norwegian companies with support from the public sector. And our focus is mainly to create value and contribute to small and medium-sized enterprises in particular. We experience that good solutions are created through joint activities between actors across sectors and industries. And you will see as I go through this presentation that we do not develop any services, any content ourselves. We do it in collaboration with people who have specific knowledge that we lack, because we do lack knowledge, and we have to actually exploit the possibilities of working together with other companies. And that's what we do systematically through all our processes. So we look for real and concrete results in everything we do, and that means that we build on various levels of services that I will return to. We are a network organization with national and European reach. We are 13 employees. We develop all our services, as I said, on a wide network of partners within different sectors. And we have a range of projects and services that together contribute to large and coordinated important lifts for Norwegian companies. This is developed. We have developed a new lifelong learning platform. And the reason for doing that is simply, I mean, you may ask that there are just limitless number of LMS systems around. But what we experience is that for most small and medium-sized enterprises, they do not have these type of systems. They do not have access to them. And they do not really know how to utilize their potential. So we have developed a very simple one, that builds on the services that we have developed. We invest heavily in targeted content, production, communication, and we work mainly with mobilization to strongly increase the traffic in use of our products. We have robust partner concepts and networks that ensure that the expertise, mobilization, dissemination deliver powerful solutions. So using data and digital technologies, why is the uptake so slow? Well, barriers related to time, competence, prioritization of resources is sort of mainly the issue here. Also, we experience that many companies, they lack the trust in value change. They have fear of negative consequences, and they don't really see the potential in applying new technologies. So there is a market failure between realizing that a company has a problem and then being able to formulate a solution and then identify the right supplier or helper. On the other hand, the supplier themselves, and many of us are suppliers, we don't really understand the problems that and the context that the companies are part of. So we develop solutions that fits generically, but not specifically. What I mean is that there is actually a market failure between problems that companies experience, their ability to absorb new technologies, their ability to understand conceptually what suppliers deliver, and they are uncertain about their relevant expertise and what expertise are needed to go forward when utilizing the full potential of these technologies. So they also are uncertain about where companies should go to find relevant competence. So we have two strategic priority areas. One is sharing of data across actors and sectors. We believe that is crucial for innovation and value creation in a data-driven economy. And companies have to realize that potential and realize, maybe more importantly, that to ensure that they can get access, they have to collaborate, they have to share, because most companies don't really have the necessary resources or the data in-house to be able to build new services on. In order to realize that potential, lifelong learning for a dynamic work life in rapid change is a decisive driving force. So, we have worked with hundreds of companies, and our solutions and automated solutions are used by thousands of companies. So what do they actually tell us they want? Well, first of all, they need help in understanding what digitalization actually means and the usefulness of new technology for themselves and the company. We call that clarification. It's sort of a part of the process where you go in dialogue with the company to really understand what they need. Then they need relevant learning on important topics with high quality in Norwegian, sorry for that, in a perceived jungle of offers and providers. Now, I say we have to provide it in Norwegian. And the reason for that is that if you look at the Norwegian sort of economy, then most of our balance in trade with other countries, it comes from raw materials. It comes from oil, gas, fish, timber, metals, very basic materials that go into another cycle. We have a very small part of our economy that is actually customer facing. This means that we can work nationally much more than internationally in many of the companies, and particularly the small and medium-sized enterprises, they are suppliers to the larger companies in Norway. In other words, they don't need to speak English, and many of them are uncomfortable in speaking English. So we have developed all our material in Norwegian. We are gradually sort of also translating some of the material to English, but that is based on much more on ad hoc, and we do it on an as-need basis. They also tell us that they need some sort of flexible learning solutions. That means that they can carry out the learning in a hectic everyday life, both alone and with colleagues. Most of the companies, they are not white-collar workers, so they can actually provide these and have to actually adopt learning to their working environment and what they actually do. Now, increased ordering experience, we call it, and that means that you have to know what you're ordering, what you're actually acquiring from others. That makes it easier to know what you need. This includes, in the meeting with suppliers, to actually be able to understand their language. You need some sort of knowledge to be able to do that. And they need varied content. I mean, there is not everything that fits, one size doesn't fit all. So we need practical tools and support to apply new competence in practice. So some of our courses that we have developed, and again, this is in Norwegian, but I will just try to explain to you what it is. We have introductory courses. That means get on with it, get started. We have roadmaps, introductory courses, and something we call what is. And these what is courses are particularly important for many companies and many individuals because they address specific topics. What is artificial intelligence? What is drones. What can you do with it? So it's sort of micro-learning. And these courses, nano-learning modules, take something between 1 to 4 minutes to go through. Introductory courses, 20 to 30 minutes to go through a little bit more in-depth, with more examples, more explanations, and then finally the roadmaps, which are toolboxes and set of ways to maneuver and work to help you driving processes within your company. For example, 2 examples here. We have a new roadmap now on sustainability and digitalization. 2 incredibly important topics. What does sustainability mean in practice for a company, and how does it relate to digital technology? And what we say generally is sustainability is something you have to build into every product, every solution, every process from the start. And to be able to do that effectively, you have to apply digital technologies to be able to sort of deliver the solutions on the solutions, but also to do the necessary housekeeping to be able to report, because there are strict reporting criteria to sustainability. You cannot just say that you are sustainable, you have to prove it. And this is incredibly important because it's increasingly strengthened through the EU taxonomy and EU Green Deal and ESG reporting. So yes, sustainability, build it into every product from the onset. And secondly, digitalization, use it to actually make the solutions workable. Now, a second roadmap we have, and we have in total around 15 or 16 roadmaps. This is from data to value. It's a basic introduction to data, what it is, where do you find it, how do you exploit your own data, how do you control its quality, what can you do with it, where do you get more data, how do you collaborate with others, how do you deal with challenges in relation to ownership of data, ownership of the results of data, and how do you actually build a business model that is sustainable and driven by data. So this is what it actually goes through step by step. We work with, I won't say all, but most Norwegian universities and colleges to develop what we call lifelong learning. So this is to promote educational innovation and learning value. It's within innovation, it's within sustainability, digital marketing, digital technologies, data, AI, and all the central topics in what you need to be able to work in a digital economy. So to help people to actually get into this content, we have also developed something we call a learning journey, and that is based on individual needs for the companies. So we get together, we sit down, we find out what they need. So instead of them going in and sort of interactively or manually finding the content, we help them actually structure the content and deliver it to them in a systematic way through emails, workshops, and webinars on specific topics. So this is something we do for larger groups of companies or individual larger companies. We have something we call competence partnerships, and these associations that I mentioned on the side, they organize thousands of companies or thousands of members. So instead of us working individually with individual employees or companies, we work through the organizations that actually sort of are member organizations or various organizations that sort of help these companies. So, and for us, this has been a tremendously effective way to actually get out in the market with our solutions. And we are being helped by these companies who find the content that we deliver good, and they find it good because we collaborate in developing it. So that's key. and then they distribute. So distribution here is super important to get it out in the market. I want to finish my presentation by talking a little bit about some of the larger projects, because all of what we do, it's actually built on a foundation of knowledge that we gain from various sources and various activities we work with. And some of the larger projects that we are developing now is called Data Factory. A data factory is something that should provide faster and easier access to usable data for new business development. In Norway, we have a tremendous amount of data. We have data within health, manufacturing, public sector, but these data are to a varying degree available for business development. So the data factory is set up to make it easier to gather the data, collect it in a systematic way, make it clear what the quality of the data is, how to apply it, provide examples of it, provide open APIs to the data, and help the company actually utilize the potential. And maybe most importantly of all with data, you have to be able to rely on these data being there if you're going to build your business on top of it. So sort of the quality and the integrity of the data is super important. This we do with the public sector. And we do it with the Minister of Digitalization and the Department of Digitalization that we work together with. Secondly, you probably know about the European Digital Innovation Hubs that was just recently launched as part of the work program for Digital Europe in EU. Digital Norway is one of 3 companies that are sort of selected to deliver on an application for the EDI. So we're working on that now. We have an EDI that is focusing on artificial intelligence, applying specific areas of artificial intelligence. Could be foresight, could be language, could be visual intelligence, and then seeing how Norwegian companies would need and benefit from those technologies. The focus in this EDI is to make sure that these technologies that have been developed, this knowledge that have been developed as part of, in many examples, the Horizon program, are being applied and come into use amongst Norwegian companies. And finally, we are also part of Horizon. We're involved in a project called Trinity, which is a project for digital innovation hubs. Must not be confused with European digital innovation hubs. And this is a network of multidisciplinary and synergistic local digital innovation hubs. This is research centers, it's companies, university groups that cover a wide range of topics. And the focus here is how can you apply this to agile production and agile manufacturing. Focus is on advanced robotics, it's on training, it's on developing a digital access point that enables companies to get access to the examples, the cases, the demonstrators, and the courses that are available there. So the key results here, as I said, demonstrators, courses, and not the least, the network. So with this sort of fast introduction to what Digital Norway does, I hope you get the idea of what we're trying to achieve here. And mainly what I would say as a learning from what we have developed is you have to collaborate. You have to collaborate with those that have knowledge. You have to create or be a neutral partner to more or less anybody. And you also have to encourage companies to collaborate with each other to develop the best solutions, both economically, financially for them, but also the most sound and viable and sustainable services for the company. So with this, thank you all for your attention and all the best for the rest of the conference. And thank you very much again. Take care.
Thank you, Eric, for your extensive presentation and for sharing Digital Norway experience of data sharing and lifelong learning. That was really inspiring. And the next showcase comes from Lithuania.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for having me here. And today I'd like to talk about GovTech and how can GovTech help us bring towards green and digital future. So I'd like to start with a very quick definition and understanding what GovTech is. So in essence, it is an intersection between different areas of the public sector, such as healthcare, mobility, police, public services, and emerging or innovative technologies, such as machine learning, blockchain, data analytics, and sometimes even more simple algorithms as well. And the intersection between these two is GovTech. So GovTech is a solutions based on these innovative digital technologies that can solve public sector or social challenges. The focus of GovTech additionally is the solutions like these that are built by startups or smaller innovative companies to kind of diversify the players in the market and make sure that we're not relying only on big IT players and big IT companies to bring us towards that digital future. And although the conversation about GovTech and innovation in the public sector sometimes is lacking in our casual conversations, and we're more often inclined to talk about the changes that we're experiencing due to digital technology in banking or shopping or similar areas, actually the change that it's bringing and the disruption that GovTech is bringing has actually been growing extensively over the past 2, 3, 5 years. And the potential of GovTech as an industry has been noticed both by the startups themselves, who are increasingly building solutions like this, and also by the VC world and investor world and accelerator world that are trying to harness this disruption, the creative disruption and positive disruption that startups and innovative technologies can bring to the public sector. And even probably the most known accelerator, Y Combinator, that discovered startups like Airbnb or Dropbox a few years ago, put out a call for government 2.0 companies to make sure that they are sitting on the GovTech train. But the GovTech and the growth of GovTech is seen not just in the headlines, but in the numbers as well. In Lithuania alone, each year, around 200 million euros are spent by the public sector on digital tools and services. And this is through public procurement. And it's how usually the size of GovTech market is calculated. And if we look at the European level, not just on Lithuania's level, we can see that the number is 160 billion. So it's not million anymore, but in billions. And this is actually a very recent calculation done by a company called Public. And they actually did similar calculation a few years ago, around maybe 5 or less, and the number then was 20 billion. So we've seen that this market has been growing immensely. However, what I think all of us feel and see as well is that there's still this lack of successful, innovative digital solutions in the public sector, and startups successfully cooperating with public sector to build these digital solutions. And the question is why? Well, there are 3 key main reasons. So first, there is a lack of collaborative culture within the public sector. So there's not a lot of examples of public sector actually being open and openly working together with startups, or even sometimes between themselves, to make sure something happens. There's a lot of silos in the public sector that actually precludes the successful creation of GovTech solutions, because cooperation and collaboration is essential there. Secondly, what we see is lack of knowledge about GovTech, and this is both from the public sector perspective, but also from the private sector. So in terms of public sector, we do see that there is this lack of digital and innovation skills, not in terms of people being able to program solutions themselves, but people understanding the fundamentals of technology, the potential of innovation, to actually be able to look for these innovative solutions, to understand which challenges are solvable with technology or which are not. And from the private sector part, startups still are sometimes suspicious about public sector and government as their potential client, and they're not sure about the scale and the scope of the market. The public procurement processes seem too complicated for them to invest in and participate in. And this also precludes this lack of this successful creation of GovTech solutions often. And finally, it's lack of resources. So although public sector as a whole often doesn't lack money to spend, but it does not have budgets set specifically for experimentation, for innovative digital solutions, and it's difficult to incorporate the slightly different process of finding and buying into strict and usual budget processes. In addition, of course, there's lack of human resources because everyone is swamped with their own work, with their own tasks, and there is the search for innovative solutions is usually kind of an extracurricular activity for a lot of people, and this kind of means that it's only the ones that are the most motivated will try and look for that, and it doesn't become part of your daily routine. But of course, what we want to do here in Lithuania, we want to make sure that we don't leave this GovTech innovation to chance. We want to make sure that we build teams and processes that kind of counteract these reasons why GovTech is not as widespread as it could be, and make sure that we can harness this potential of GovTech and help it as lead the public sector and the society as a whole towards more digital and green future. So what we did here in Lithuania around 2 years ago, we set up a team called the GovTech Lab. And it's a team within the public sector that works on encouraging both the creation of these solutions in the private sector, but also the use of it in the public organizations. And it has kind of three key paths and pillars of its work. So first is public sector, and our work with trying to help public sector define and select challenges that could be solved with technology and help it find ideas how to solve them. The second one is startups and companies, where we help accelerate the ones that want to conquer the GovTech market and help it understand it and navigate that. And the third one is community. So making sure that GovTech as a concept is known in the community. We'll try to make sure that people, both within public sector and private sector, can actually find each other, because there's still not that many of them, so they need to make sure that they don't feel alone. And this includes a lot of meetups, reports, conferences, anything that keeps the conversation going. But our overall outcome and the output that we want to achieve is actually co-creating between public sector and startups or companies these innovative GovTech solutions. And how are we trying to do that? So we looked at the best practices of corporate innovation, of how other countries are looking for innovative solutions, and we built a process that's called GovTech Challenge Series. So we first built on how ideally the public sector would want to look for solutions, work on them, and then put it in the context of public sector processes, procurements, and so on. So this is a 4-stage process that lasts around from half a year, but of course can last shorter or longer. It starts with our selection of public sector challenges, the one that we think would be a require innovative solution, would be interesting to startups. Then when we have the finalized set of challenges, usually it's 10 per each challenge series, although this time is actually 40. Then we put it out to the market and look for teams and ideas that could offer a unique out-of-the-box view of how can we solve the proposed challenge. Then when we have the best teams and ideas, we put together public sector and these teams in one team, if you will, and try to make sure that they can actually work together on building the solution. And of course, the final bit is implementation. So looking if the solution actually worked, if it solved the problem, or if it didn't. What we did this year, we actually overlaid the new procurement process over this called design contest, and all 40 challenges that we had were ran as public procurement, which was completely new on the scale, and in not just in Lithuania but in the EU as well. So this is just the process, and I'd like to cover a few specific cases of how we, what kind of solutions are being built through this and will be built in the near future. So I'll start with the digital and then move to digital plus green. So from the digital side, for instance, we had around a year ago, we had the Communications Regulatory Authority working together with Oxy Labs on making internet safer for children. So creating a tool that could automatically detect illegal content related to children abuse material. So make sure that that material doesn't reach children and doesn't affect children. The second one is Journalist and Ethical Inspectorate, working together with Kodami Technologies on finding more innovative way to detect hate speech and based on AI and specialized for Lithuanian language, so that the organization doesn't rely only on keywords which produce too many results to actually be workable and actionable, to find the more nuanced cases. The third one is Telesoftas with Vytautas Magnus University working together with police department on making better police force management with predictive police models. So making sure that police can plan and predict how they should assign their forces throughout the weeks, throughout the days, throughout the locations of the city, and making sure that that the forces are used where they needed and how they needed, so less inefficiencies in this area. In terms of digital plus green, we do see that there's increasingly more challenges related to green and more desire to focus on these areas. From our previous challenge series, we had, for instance, Consumer Protection Authority working together with Scottish startup Whistleworks on the tool that allows easier detection of unsafe or dangerous products and their sellers on the internet. So finding products that might contain toxic materials that are actually banned within the EU but still sold there. So making sure that this process of detection is actually automated and uses algorithms instead of just a manual searching. Additionally, as I mentioned, in our last GovTech Challenge series, we had actually 40 instead of 10 challenges. And most of them are starting to work on their solutions at the moment and finishing their procurement processes. So I mentioned 3 of them, but actually each of them assigned up to 5,000 euros, 50,000 euros for solving challenges for startups. So we're really looking forward to see what comes out of it. So Lithuania's Energy Agency put out a call to figure out innovative measuring of persons' energy savings and CO2 footprint. Šiauliai Region Municipality was looking how to use digital solutions to address ownerless waste reduction. And Vilnius City Municipality is focusing on greening of Vilnius City using satellite data and artificial intelligence, so making sure that they can monitor the green spaces in Vilnius effectively and make decisions based on that. So this is a few cases of what Lithuania is working on at the moment, but as I mentioned, we do think that GovTech is an opportunity for public sector and for startups to work together and build greener and more digital future together through technology, through innovation, and through more open process, the co-creation process, instead of just simple procuring of solutions. So thanks a lot, and hope you have an interesting conference today.
Thanks to Aruna. Impressive, I must say, and all the best of luck at what you do for creating innovative and digital public sector. So now let's move on to Finland.
Hi, I'm Mika Valkama, Project Manager for InnoCape at Zenit University of Applied Sciences. Today I'll explain how we are chaining project together to help SMEs on their digitalization path and increase our regional and internal know-how. But first, a word about IoT Compass Hub, RD. IoT Compass Hub serves to develop the ecosystem for digital manufacturing and industrial internet for manufacturing SMEs in South Ostrobothnia region. The model centers around SMEs with their own existing clients and suppliers. They work with the digital realizers, the target technology providers, IT companies, consultants, and such that realize the solutions for the company. Surrounding this are the digital enablers, universities, research institutes, local, regional, and government organizations. They set the environment, provide incentives to push digitalization forward, and generally enable the progress. We offer competence surveys to help companies find their digitalization path and welcome them to learn about new things in our laboratory. The central point here is the small-scale digital factory, which some of you saw during the InnoCape visit to Scandinavian. This miniature assembly line allows demonstration of different aspects of digital manufacturing. Let's take a closer look on the video. And now at the original programming, chaining of the projects. When wading onto new areas, it's generally a good idea to take baby steps. For a new topic, we typically plan a quick, hopefully not so dirty, research project where we look into the possibilities and map the attitudes of local SMEs. Based on this input, we craft a few demos, invite people over for webinars, publish videos, and hopefully have plan to proceed that raise the interest of more SMEs and encourages them to try and utilize this new thing. Here's the clip showing motion detection demo. Spare a version here because it's only available in Finnish. Another example about calculating overall equipment effectiveness. Examples like this are meant to be simple, so that someone from the company could follow along and replicate the setup, ideally leading to an adapted solution for their own problem. Hopefully you noticed how the assembly line was used as the base for the OEE demo. The simple setup allows demonstration of concepts like this, or concepts like they are augmented reality tasks and so on in the following clip. What about if there is no interest for the idea among local companies? Failing fast is something these simple exercises allow us to do and prevent us from digging too deep. On the other hand, if companies have already been experimenting with the topic in question, we can utilize their learnings and guide our own path and path of those who are moving along later on the path. Of course, in some cases, we may push some technology that we see becoming important. With these, we concentrate on more informative approach and organize or attend events to showcase the possibilities. For example, to make the XR technology more familiar, we have a track that tour the location and region and let people experience the goggles and trials and demos. Conveying the benefits of virtual reality, our team's meeting would not have come across in the same way. With the seed planted, we can look more into in-depth applications within the topics. While in the initial project, the demos might be based on the assumptions or generated data, on this stage, the results need to reflect reality. And with companies joining the pilot projects, we gain access to the real-world use cases and their data. For the XR projects, for example, we got the CAD models of actual products, and they were transferred onto virtual reality as shown in the following video. assembly line shows up again along with its virtual counterpart. On this phase, the companies involved with the process have learned quite a bit more what it takes to use the technology in question. But as the materials are shared publicly, the benefit for others in the region is that the concept has been proven and they can begin their work with less concerns. The third stage after research and piloting is education. With lessons learned, we can now distribute best practice information with courses or series of courses, either on hand or online. With some grand ideas, a more massive open online course is something we have started looking into. Creating material for this takes effort, but attending this kind of course should be easier and they will likely last longer. Here are some samples from the course materials we have made.
Se offline-ohjelmointi, mitä me tehdään nyt graafista offline-ohjelmointia, eli meillä on tämä solun malli tuolla Visual Componentsissa. Eli siinä on tämä käsittelypöytä ja sitten toi robotti, toi hitsausrobotti. Ja täällä näkyy nyt lisää hitsaukseen liittyviä säätöjä, eli voidaan tätä kääntää esimerkiksi langan ympäri poltinta, jos halutaan täällä hitsissä. Tai me voidaan täällä kääntää poltin kulmaa negatiiviselle tai positiiviselle.
We just saw a few examples of how we are tying and chaining projects together. Hopefully this gave you some food for thought and will help you with your own exercises in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mika. Robotics, digital twin simulations, AR, VR, indeed, you have so much to offer. And I hope everyone got food for thought, and we will give you some time for that as we will be going for a break. But before that, let's sneak peek to another outcome of the project, Digital Competence Map, which is a tool that will allow SMEs to find the right provider for its digital need and vice versa for digital solutions providers promote their capacities. So let's take a look and we will be back at 1 p.m.
We live in a world with huge amounts of choices. Which most of the time can leave us tired, anxious, and lost. Implementing digital solutions to the company's workflow is not an exception. And that's exactly why you're here. You, the one that dreams about an ideal service provider and goes to sleep with business development and prosperity on his mind. And you, a curious service provider that's looking for the perfect client who has projects within his competence range. There is a solution for both of you, which will help to find what you have been looking for. The experts from Digital Innovation Hubs of North Europe have used their extensive knowledge and experience in implementing industry digitalization practices to develop the Digital Competence Map. It helps small and medium-sized companies and digital innovation hubs to find partners for collaboration and together overcome the challenges of digitalization. It's a platform built to increase the visibility of the digital expertise in the Baltic Sea region countries. Enterprises can easily register their digital competencies and expand the network. And the best thing is that it's free and easily accessible online. So what are you waiting for? Go and register your digital competencies or find your perfect service provider. Link is in the description.
You have to make something cooler than hot pink. Something truly unique. Cooler than hot pink.
I can't do it.
It's a traditional cold beetroot soup. Do you want some?
Cold. Cold. Professor Gentiare, I believe we have the hot new color.
You mean cold?
Exactly.
Cold pink is in season. Wonder what else is?
This is our country.
Come to Lithuania for colors you never knew existed. For more, visit www.lithuania.travel.
Welcome back. I hope we convinced you to visit Lithuania. Of course, due to pandemic situation, don't forget to take care and use all the necessary safety measures. Next, we will have the last pre-recorded presentation and a very useful one. We will hear about funding opportunities for the green and digital transition by Maria Rocca from the Funding Box. Let's tune in.
Morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this event. Unfortunately, I was not able to join you live, but together with Lucilla, we are recording this session for all of you to know what are the opportunities within I4MS initiative. For those that are not familiar with this initiative, we are a coordination and support action funded by the European Commission. My name is Maria Roca. I'm Senior Project Manager at Funding Box, and together with Mobile World Capital Barcelona and Tecnalia, we are running this initiative since last year. So just for those that maybe haven't heard about what we do and what are our main target groups, just for you to know that I4MS is an initiative that started in 2017. Is one of the initiatives also that the European Commission launched all the concept of digital innovation hubs. And we are mainly focusing on manufacturing SMEs. As you can see in the graph here in my presentation, our primary targets are early adopters. So we are targeting through different actions such as funding, training, mentorship, and access to physical and virtual platforms, technology suppliers, in order to help them to cross, what is called the valley of death, providing them new innovative digital technologies so that they can support manufacturing companies. And then, of course, what we want with this, the inspiration of these early adopters, is to reach to an early majority. In the case of there are, as you know, differences across the countries, but the idea is to stimulate the replication potential of the use of these digital technologies. So, of course, one of the key and more important aspects of I4MS is the funding. At the moment, there are 8 different projects that provide financial support to third parties. So it means that they open different open calls throughout the year and provide small grants to manufacturing SMEs, technology providers, and in some cases also to digital innovation hubs, in order to accompany and go together with the different SMEs in the use of the digital technologies provided by the different projects. As you can see here, I have put in my slides also the names of the projects that were funded under phase 3. And this is because now that all these European digital innovation hubs is a movement, that we have a call that we need to work all for it, is important for you to know that those different projects have already provided tools and resources targeted to SMEs and digital innovation hubs in order to widespread the use of digital technologies such as cloud-based computing, also logistic for manufacturing, also advanced manufacturing, additive manufacturing, sorry, and also the use of different IoT components. Currently, in this phase that we are now, that is phase 4, there are, as I said, 8 projects. As you can see, they are focused on 4 technological verticals that are digital twins. Within this vertical, we have DigiGreen and Change to Team, which are the projects that are supporting in this specific area. They are also developing tools for digital innovation hubs. So in the case of Change to Twin, they are organizing different training courses for digital innovation hubs that will like to include in their portfolio of services the use of this technology. Also, we have human-robot interaction that is supported by Better Factory and Bojex. Better Factory has also an interesting component, is that they include also artists in their funding mechanism in order to give to the companies and to the different innovations another vision. You can see in their website, they have examples, for instance, from IKEA, where they have also been working with artists in order to give to the products that they manufacture a view like they were produced manually. So it's also a very interesting approach. In the case of Bojex, they are more focused on the construction sectors. I don't know how it's in your country, but for instance, in Spain, this is a country that where innovations are not so much pushed. Also because is a sector that perhaps has been more manually throughout the years, but now, you know, we need also to think about new tools that can support this sector in order to grow, and of course to make it more competitive. Then we also have laser-based additive manufacturing, which is supported by Pulsate. Pulsate is also creating a network of digital innovation hubs. So in case that within your regions, there are RTOs or digital innovation hubs that are currently working on this technology, I really recommend you to contact them, because they are planning to organize different actions targeting DIHs. And then we have also innovative artificial intelligence that is supported by AI Regio and Kit for SMEs. Also, we have another project that is called DH World. The main objective of this project is to reach underrepresented regions. So as I was saying at the beginning, the innovation development is not the same in all countries. So they are specifically targeting those countries that are still a bit behind in terms of technology adoption, and supporting them additionally with training to the DIHs. So you can see that there are plenty of opportunities. I have also included a calendar for you in order for you to show you what are the opportunities that we have launched this year. The calendar for next year is still very tentative. We will be publishing it in the I4MS website very soon. But as you can see at the moment, you have this open call that is up and running from Kit for SME. They are focused in innovative artificial intelligence. So in case that you have in your own network SMEs that would like or are interested in start working with artificial intelligence, I recommend you to take a look at it. As you can see, there were plenty of open calls during this year, and we expect the same number of open calls for next year. So as I said, I mean, it's an initiative where there are a lot of things happening in some occasion at the same time. but our website and also our online community offers very detailed information once the different opportunities are launched. Since I shared also the slides, and you will be able to take a look at them, just for you to know and have, you know, a quick overview on what is in it for each of the projects within I4MS initiative. You know, what are the advantages, also the funding that you can get, also the type of applicants that they are looking for. You will have a summary here. Of course, nevertheless, you have to take a look to the guide for applicants when the different open calls are open. But in any case, you have here a summary of what are the offerings and you know, the also the technology applications that they are offering, in case that your SMEs would like to participate. Oops, sorry. And then here again, also for the next one, as you can see, in the case of Kit for SME, they are offering customizable digital platform in order to introduce artificial intelligence in production systems. And they are also offering funding. And as I said, at the end of the day, funding is an important aspect, but the advantage of participating in this type of open calls is that the SMEs also get technological mentoring. So it's not that they just get the funding, but also they are guided usually through 1 year, 10 months, in order to make sure that they know how to use these technologies, how they can take advantage. And also, once the support program is ended, also in some occasions, they also offered business support and mentoring. As you know, now the different business models that are associated to the exploitation of digital technologies is a key, is very important. It's as much as important as the use of the technology itself. So these projects offer also an holistic approach to support the companies. Let's say that they work similarly as a digital innovation hub, where there are different partners offering support at technological level, business level, and also training. In the case of this specific project, Kit for SME, you will find that they are also working in the area of skills development, especially in the area of AI. And also they delivered very recently a report explaining what are the, you know, the main advantages of the use of AI in manufacturing, also some bottlenecks that SMEs can find. So I really recommend you to take a look. You can find it in our I4MS online community. And as we know that I4MS might be a complex initiative in the sense that we have a lot of projects, a lot of calls going on. We have developed an I4MS brokering system, and the idea is that the SMEs and also you, if you are interested in finding what is the best project for you to apply to, we have created this system where the SMEs and Digital Innovation Hub can send their request, and then our team analyzes the responses and put you in contact with the project that could better support you. So at the end of the day is a way to, you know, make sure that SMEs and other stakeholders understand what are the opportunities within the initiative. And also other opportunities that I found of interest to share with you today. If we are talking about projects that, you know, offer cascade funding opportunities, we as a CSA have a role here in order to make sure that all this information arrives to all stakeholders. And by stakeholders, I'm not talking only about SMEs. We know how difficult it is to reach SMEs, but we also believe that the regional authorities, digital innovation hubs, RTOs could have an important role in raising awareness about the advantages of digital transformation. Also, if we think in the future calls that are currently open by the European Commission, such as I4MS2 and other initiatives that were also green and sustainable transition is incorporated to the digital transformation of SMEs, I think we also all have a responsibility in making sure that the resources that have been created by other projects, we also give them continuity, especially because in the case of I4MS, there are many resources that have been already created, and also some experience that are already tackling this aspect of the green transition. So I think there are resources that are useful for all of us, and that you could take advantage if you are preparing some projects for the next open course. So as I was mentioning, at the end of the day, as a CSA, our main role is to try to put together the information. Sometimes we also realize that as European projects, we tend to use our jargon. I remember one day one person told me, I have been hearing you and I understand, but you don't really speak my language. It's not because of my English was good or bad. It was mainly because they had the feeling that we are talking about things that are not very tangible for SMEs. And what we try to do in the I4MS community is to bring a little bit closer to the real target, let's say, in a way. So we are doing a lot of efforts in order to communicate what the different projects are doing in a different way, trying to raise awareness. We have also an expert writing articles for us where we try to link it also with the resources that are developed in I4MS. So instead of, maybe taking a technical fish where all the technology or maybe the AI is explained there, what we try to do is to put examples like, for instance, if you are interested in saving energy in your company, maybe using cloud-based solutions could be useful for you because of this and that, and then we link it to the different resources available. So you can see here a screenshot of the I4MS online community. There is plenty of information that is organized in different levels. So we try to put together, information that is more general, and then information related to funding opportunities, best practices, events, and also, as I said, the links to the different offerings of I4MS projects. And here, as I was mentioning at the beginning, we have also the resources that were created in the previous phases of I4MS. We are now, of course, have 8 different projects that are also working to create their platforms, to create their resources, but we don't have to forget that there is also platforms available. Some of them, of course, are now being further developed with the projects that are running. But just to let you know, for instance, in the case of MIDI, they created also a platform especially related to IoT, where you can find different resources and examples of companies having used this open source middleware in order to support the companies. And then we have also Cloudy Factoring. That is a cloud-based engineering software solution for the manufacturing industry. This platform is already up and running. They are also, they have the experience of being one of the first projects that started in phase 1, and they have been very successfully developing the platform more and more. And my timer just ticked. Developing the platform more and more in order to offer, as many resources as possible to raise awareness, not only among the manufacturing companies, but also the engineering companies and the software solution companies, to make sure that they populate the platform, and now that they are able to use it to manufacturing SMEs. Also, we have the Amable Service Arena, which are services for additively manufactured products. They have a portfolio of service already developed, and they offer, even though the project is already ended, they still offer support and technological advice to those companies that are interested in this technology. And then, of course, we have RAMP. We have Pulsate also is now working on a platform, DigiGreen. So there will be many solutions available that I think you should take into consideration if writing new proposals. Also, as we were mentioning, money is important, but there are other factors. And one important factor, if we want to make sure that companies are prepared to uptake digital technologies, is to provide trainings. What we have done in I4MS is to contact digital innovation hubs, also contact European projects. So in case that in your project you develop some trainings, you are also invited to contribute to this catalog of trainings. As you can see here in this graph, you can select the trainings by sectors, by technique, by absorption level, the target group, the different technologies. So there are many options to filter, also if this is in English or in another language. And at the end of the day, what we try to do is to bring together a little bit the information that is scattered all in the different ecosystem, and make sure that the trainings are really accessible for the SMEs interested in implementing these technologies. This is only a catalog. We don't provide those trainings, but of course we do our maximum efforts in order to make sure that the information is updated, that the trainings descriptions are also updated. So again, you are invited to contribute if you are interested in. Also, one thing is the I4MS contact networks. Here, I'm very happy that I saw all the participants of the project, and I see Sunrise Valley. I see also Mita that are part of the project, that are also I4MS contact points. And what is this I4MS contact points? This is, at the end of the day, a network of hubs, of organizations, Chamber of Commerce, also Enterprise Euro Network contacts that help us in widespreading the information about I4MS. As maybe you faced also this in your projects, but my impression sometimes is that at the European level we are sometimes very far from the real SMEs, and we need persons and organizations that are on daily contact with the SMEs in order to make sure that the information is transmitted in a well manner. Also, I guess that within your organization, many of you are in contact with the SMEs. They trust you. They have been working with you many years. So for them, is more, how to say, they will be more willing to participate in this kind of projects if someone that knows them, that know what are their pains, can support them in getting access to I4MS opportunities. So as you can see here, I have the example of Transylvania DIH. They are a very active contact point within the network. We have also organized different online events in order to promote the opportunities. So if this is something of your interest, you are free to submit your application or write me an email, and we can discuss if in next year we can organize some info session about funding opportunities offered by I4MS. And then last, we have the I4MS success story. As I said, what we try to do is to give real examples. So for us, what is important is that SMEs know other SMEs that they went through I4MS support programs, and they started with an experiment. Usually they get up to 60 or 100K to use the technology in their own environment. And then, we show how they further developed, if they also received some additional funding, or how they decided to exploit this technology, how it, it was useful for them to become more productive and competitive. And also at regional level, what we are trying to do is to identify those regional champions and put them in contact with regional authorities to explore, further financial opportunities that are available at regional level. So what we are doing with these I4MS success stories is trying to replicate the successful experiments. In some cases, it's not only about replicating, but also raising awareness. I think it's very illustrative for SMEs to see themselves reflected in other SMEs, and especially having the opportunity to get in contact with the SMEs themselves and ask questions that a real SME will ask, because as I said, we sometimes are a bit far away from the SMEs needs, and having the opportunity through the I4MS success stories to meet other SMEs and maybe asking them questions might feel them very keen to try to participate. And just to give you an example, since we are all talking now about this green and sustainable transition, we all know that at the end of the day, manufacturing is one of the sectors that really need more the use of the technology if we really want to become green and sustainable. So I put here an example. Is a project that was funded under Cloudy Factoring. They, with the support of the project, what they have done is that they have optimized the manufacturing process of solar hybrid panels. Of course, this had a very important impact on the cost reduction. And of course, then in terms of profitability, it was a very successful for the participants in the project. But just want you to show you that through the use of the simulation software package to optimize the solar panel manufacturing, not only they increase their profitability, but also they reduce by 20%, by 30%, sorry, the energy savings. So at the end of the day, the use of the technologies, of course, is important in terms of competitiveness. But if we are talking about green and sustainable transition, I think we really need to focus on the uptake of these technologies by all the companies that we can. So this was my presentation. I hope I gave you some ideas, some tips, and also, as I said, we will be very happy if you would like to organize some events with us and also take part actively in this I4MS network of contact points. So I wish you a successful session, and in case of questions, feel free to reach me. Thank you.
Big thank you flies to Spain, to Maria and all the Finding Box team. Indeed, so many opportunities exist for experimentation, for collaboration and networking, and let's use it wisely. And now it is time for the panel discussion, which will feature representatives from every Inoki project country, and will touch upon our main topic of twin transition and the new buzz development of European digital innovation hubs. But before that, let me introduce our participants, our panelists. I'm so afraid to misspell surnames, but we can see it, I believe, on the screen. So I will introduce you by names. So first we have Erika from Agency of Science, Innovation and Technology, Lithuania. We have Kirke from AIRE, Estonia. We have Una from Sectoral Policy Department of the Ministry of Economics of Latvia. We have with us Daniel from Swedish Center for Digital Innovation at Umeå University. We have with us Eirik from Norwegian EDIG Consortium at Digital Norway, and we have Pirko from Super IoT AI Digital Innovation Hub at the University of Oulu, Finland. So, hi everyone. It is a huge pleasure to have you here. And we have here a very nice representation of national authorities, universities, and DIHs. And given this nice composition, we have prepared tailor-made questions to squeeze out most from our discussion. And we will try to focus on digitalization as the driving force for green economy, European Digital Innovation Hubs as a tool to enhance innovation ecosystem, and your country's prospects for the transition. Well, I would like to start with insights from our national authorities. Therefore, Una, Erika, my first question would be for both of you. Member states are preparing, some of them completed the task to create roadmaps and all the policy measures, but I believe majority are still on their way of developing it. My question would be, what are your thoughts? What policy measures do you think are needed and are the best for this green and digital transition? Can you please unmute yourselves and share your thoughts with us? Erika, can we start from you?
Of course. So we have the roadmaps, and we have few roadmaps by now. So one of the exercises is actually harmonizing or making one strategy out of with this on the basis of the three roadmaps we have, which is digitalization, then value chains, and the most recent element is a green economy or green industry roadmap. So the most important policy measures, nevertheless, I think, because it's this exercise of growing more digital and growing greener requires very close cooperation between market companies and businesses, as well as policy developers, so public sector. So the policy measures have to really incentivize, because it's very often policy developers driven, or often business at this particular exercise is a bit slower, at the same time as reducing risks and helping payback or pay off come quicker in the same way. So we're talking about projects financing some digitalization, yes, and as well as funds providing safer guaranteed finances for implementation of digitalization, especially green digitalization. I wouldn't actually separate those subjects, because digitalization actually could be the main driving force to become greener if we choose technologies wisely, obviously. So as well as we need measures reducing possibilities to carry on business as usual. So regulations, we're talking about regulations. And then obviously those measures need to be ecosystemic. So it has to look, as I mentioned, not only the technologies that we implement or use for the future production or service provision, but also business models, also participation in value chains. We need to actually invest in both hard and soft. And soft here comes even probably more crucial, because if there is no business model, regardless what technology you acquire, the payback not going to become, sufficient, or it's not going to become profitable soon enough. So there is a lot of cooperation measures should be as well implemented, so that there is a communication between private sector and public sector on the way of this exercise, I would say. Maybe
yes, that was really broad and really interesting and inspiring. And what are your thoughts on policy measures?
Hello. First of all, thank you for invitation to the final conference, and also share the experiences. I can agree with Erika about this cooperation and between the businesses, private businesses, and the state sector, as well as science sector. But from our perspective, the policy measures we see are three. This is support for industry in the development of the green innovations, also in product and services. where we can see that we must accelerate integration of these digital technologies to the private, also public sector. For example, the digitalization of the document management processes, if we can go to the zero paper concept. These e-invoices, e-checks, and other documents as well as the digitalization of the production processes, buying new equipment in the manufacturing industry for reducing the circular economy, as well as we can see that we must cover all the regions of Latvia, because 95% of the Latvian enterprises are SMEs, and what we see as a lack, this is awareness of the benefits of the digitalization. Sometimes they can't even imagine what the process digitalization can do with their business. That's why we are doing more with the EU funds and state budget financing for raising this awareness. And actually, I think one of the most important aspects of all this is human capital. Lifelong learning activities as well, because if we want wider use digital technologies and know how to work with the new equipment in the manufacturing processes, we need skilled workforce. I think this is a problem not only in our country. So I would be glad to show other persons how is the situation with this human capital, not only for ICT experts, but anyone who would like to shift to the green economy and digital transition. Yes, we need a human capital. That's the main point. Thank you.
And I see that both Una and Erika ended on the same point, human capital, soft skills. Well, we find it as the very important. And now I would like to turn to Kirke and Erik, and from what you heard about policy measures, from enhancing document management process, digitalization, to investment into soft skills and infrastructure, and of course policy mix of it. What do you think? What are the primary motivations of companies that seek digitalization? And do you are you aware what are their thoughts on the green economy? Kirke, perhaps we can start.
So hello from my side as well. I am in charge of the preparation of the EDC in Estonia called AIRE, AI and Robotics Estonia. I'm not so well prepared about to talk about state strategies, but of course I'm aware of the plans. I'm very glad that all the measures planned by both on research and development level and also on more practical level on companies and industrial companies is very much supporting our IRS center plans. And so industrial digitalization is in focus also in Estonia. What is important is that state is preparing also a measure to support not only research and development, but also buying equipment and making larger scale investments in industry. I don't have much more information about this measure, but in coming months we are smarter. All the measures are in preparation. So industrial digitalization is important to be more green, to be more circular. Same keywords that come from Europe are relevant in all countries. But also R&D initiatives with digitalization with various sectors, not only in industry. What else? I think I can confirm what Erika and Una said, that the visions are pretty much the same in Estonia.
Yeah, thank you. And Erik, what are your thoughts?
When it comes to, I think the important points raised here is really the lifelong learning aspects. because adoption of technology is really what we're talking about. And I think employees in organizations, they really have to be prepared for whatever the future brings, more or less. So, and I think it's important that they are trained and they are well equipped with the necessary tools, the necessary skills to be able to utilize the full potential of technology, but not necessarily to develop the technology. That is done elsewhere. And I think that the sort of capacity here amongst the universities, the research institutes, the suppliers, I think there are a lot of knowledge and competence there. But what we lack is, particularly amongst employees and those that have maybe education, vocational education and other types of not necessarily academic education, they should also have the opportunity to bring up their knowledge to sort of remain relevant. And Norway has a lot of initiatives in relation to this, relation to post-education for all types of employees. But I think this is really where you need to focus the attention on building of lifelong learning, is amongst those that are going to use the technology and utilize the potential in their own business and their own industries.
Thank you. And I would like to turn to Pirkko and to ask, in your university and in the Super IoT AI Digital Innovation Hub, how do you see which industry sectors could benefit the most from the digitalization? And perhaps you can identify which sectors are already leading this digital transition. Can you please unmute yourself? Unmute.
Yeah, no. I think all industries will be affected by the digitalization. It's about question about time when. In Finland, I guess manufacturing is pretty far away, doing the digitalization, making the manufacturing processes more efficient. Also, health sector is doing pretty good, but also we have very heavy industries like mining and pulp and paper and steel industry, where environmental issues are coming into picture, and there it's really question about digitalization and green issues, that while measuring and understanding what is the process, how process are doing, we can do improvement so that those don't affect the environmental issues so much. One comment to while you were talking about also the people, how it affects. I think that is very key point in digitalization, and to get the most benefit from that is that while developing the new tools, we have to remember the user interface is that they have to be user friendly, and so that whoever is using in the organization, it's easy to use. And that's also what in our University of Oulu is also researching, that what is the interaction between human and technology. We shouldn't forget that.
Yes, of course. And Daniel, what are your thoughts about industry? Who will be leading it and who will benefit? Well, perhaps everyone, but still.
Yeah, I think that depends a little bit on what types of benefits we're looking at. I mean, we can look at productivity, we can look at efficiency or competitiveness, or enabling a green transition, and I think the answer will be a little bit different depending on what we choose to look at. But if we start with which sector could benefit most. I want to point out two sectors. I think both of them, quite colored by being a traditional industry. So one of them would be the construction sector. I think a lot of construction companies have a lot of digitalized internal processes, but when it comes to actual construction sites, I think the the reality looks a bit different, and suddenly you have a lot of different actors that are involved, and you need to kind of standardize, and you need to kind of find efficient ways to communicate. But also, I think there's a lot of the potential in digitalization, if we look at the bio-based industries, for enabling a green transition. And I think for that type of companies, I mean, the circular economy is certainly interesting, and enabling more circular flows with the help of digital technology. And especially if we mention a couple of specific technologies, I think it would be interesting to look more into, explore more about digital platforms and the way that they could, maybe tie together previously separated value chains, for example. That would be, a place where I think there's a lot of potential benefits. And if you look at who's leading, well, I guess the same goes for that. It depends on what we're looking at. I mean, we can look at IT investments and then try to see, what type of productivity gains do you get from that. But what that type of studies usually show is that it's, overall, it's quite difficult to get great productivity returns on IT investments themselves. And it also shows that we can see, particular companies are really good at doing that, but it's really hard to say on a sector or industry level, who's doing it best. And maybe we should instead try to look at what type of capabilities do companies have, and those capabilities, how much do they support companies in actually leveraging digital technology to their benefits, which is what we're trying to do with the digital maturity assessment tool. And if we look at, we have some preliminary results from that, and we can see there that we have a couple of sectors or industries that are in the lead right now, and it's quite interesting to see that information and communication industries, along with actually manufacturing, is right now having the highest scores on that.
Yes, definitely. And now I would like to turn to the hot topic of European Digital Innovation Hubs. And here we have a bunch of representatives of EDIC candidates, and we have two representatives of national authorities, actually the ones who nominate EDICs for the European Commission. And I would like to ask Una and Erika to share your thoughts, or how do you see EDICs, and what kind and what scale of impact are you expecting from it? Erika, we can start from you again.
No problem. I have a lot of and high expectations as regards to EDICs.
No pressure, no pressure.
I think what we have now is the three main components of what would make a success for us to transform its knowledge, resources, and impulse to act. Well, impulse to act has to come from business, but it can be supported, and I think EDICs would be one of the main supporters, so we hope so. Then resources come from public sector, but public sector we need to know where to actually route them. And then there is knowledge that is scattered. So the biggest expectation, at least from my side, is as towards the knowledge. Because businesses, they know particularities of their activities, where public sector knows overall picture, but that lacks understanding of particularities, and business sometimes lacks understanding of overall picture. So here comes EDIC, that has all the necessary competences actually to help businesses as well as to help public sector. It's a mediator role, or let's say a knowledge router. And on top of that, I would also think it would be the new intelligence development point, because it's a crossroads from two flows of information. And what we really need to do to help the businesses and public sector to act rationally in these very dynamically changing circumstances is actually someone that can analyze quickly and support both of the sides. Speaking in general terms, but then in practice, for example, business developing microprocessors sector. We have a business opportunity also related with relationship with China affair, and now we need to decide. So public sector haven't got enough intelligence at the moment, regardless of all the developments, and the business sector doesn't have clear understanding what would be the public sector support coming at. So we need a points of information where one particular, for example, EDIC specializing in this could provide immediate information for both sides. So it's really an analyst. Private consultancies probably do that, but they're a bit slow for this process. So we need someone full-time employed working on that and collecting it on the go. Maybe very high expectations.
Yeah, well, mix and match of many things, but
on many levels.
Many levels. Yeah, but I hope we will be able to fulfill it. Una, what are your expectations from EDICS?
Yes, well, not only mine, but from Latvia's expectations about the EDIC is that EDICS can foster access to funding in combination with other resources that constitute an effective innovation ecosystem, as well as EDICS can facilitate cooperation between the businesses and technology providers and by experts who is consulting and guiding digital transformation in a long term. That's why we are planning to invest approximately 18 million euros in the two prospective EDICS from the Recovery Resilience Facility and the next planning period ERDF financing. And we really hope that EDICS will play an important component in an innovation and digitalization ecosystem in Latvia. And one of the main aspects as well is this EDICS actions for training in artificial intelligence, high performance computing and cybersecurity, as well as provide companies to test before invest. This is a very crucial and significant part of the activities which they can take. And we really hope that the European Commission will select all our EDICS to do these things as best as they can. Thanks.
These are the main roles. Yeah, thank you. I would like to go to a more operational level of EDICS and to ask perhaps Krike and Erik, what are your thoughts about impact to the innovativeness to local SMEs, impact of EDICS and entrepreneurs, how it will impact entrepreneurs and, well, in general, all the innovation ecosystem? Kirke, we can start from you.
Okay, thank you very much. Our Estonian EDIC is focusing on AI and robotics, so we're rather focused on. Then on the other hand, what concerns the target group, our main focus is on manufacturing industry. We do some pilots in health technology as well. For example, we plan some test before invest testings also in hospitals. So if we have a knowledge in using mobile robots in manufacturing, for example, and due to COVID difficulties, those same type of technologies, AI-based mobile robots, could be tested in hospitals to, for example, to transport test results from intensive care to laboratories due to the problems with staff, a lack of staff. So, but the main focus of our center will be in manufacturing companies and AI and robotics. And the core impact or the main impact depends not only what we do, but how we do it in cooperation with the state, because EDIC funding is not sufficient to gain impact without important cooperation with other state institutions, financiers, other projects, and so on. So what we have what we have realized 6 months ago, 12 months ago already when we started to prepare, is that the keyword is clear collaboration and division of roles with other organizations who provide digitalization services. So what we have done in Estonia, that from June 2021, we have had more than 5-6 meetings with Enterprise Estonia, Estonian Science Board, to actually map what is missing. So what is the key role we should do in the future? That means that we don't duplicate with existing enterprise supporting organizations. So what I want to say is that to gain impact, we need very good collaboration with other funding instruments and other organizations. So that's what we have done. Okay, any
and we can turn to Eric. Please unmute yourself.
Good point. Thank you so much. Well, regarding how they will influence local SMEs, but also public sector companies, we definitely believe that is to be important. We think that will greatly influence the innovativeness both of private and public companies. But I think it's crucial here that the EDIs have a deep understanding of specific domains. I think a lot of the digital innovation hubs, they have been very research focused. But I think the EDIs, they need to take a much more application, adoption, implementation focus. So they need to know specific domains like energy, health, manufacturing, agri-food. And they also need to understand thoroughly why these companies, why these sectors haven't implemented the technology already, because it's not that we're lacking information. It's abundantly clear to everybody, I guess, that technology is a driving force. Still, companies are not adapting the technology. So why is that? And I think we really need to understand these barriers. And that only comes from working with the industry itself and thoroughly understanding how, what the barriers and the opportunities within the different industries are. At the same time, and this is maybe the most challenging part of it, EDIs will need to have a deep understanding of advanced digital technologies. And there is a gap here between, for instance, talking about blockchain and then talking about saving waste, which maybe some companies are concerned about. They don't really see the link between their need and the technology. And I think this sort of, call it a translation service, that's really what an EDI should do. So let's take an example like prediction. Prediction is very much AI driven, can be used for more or less anything. And I think very much of the cases I see from universities and from research institutes, they are very academic in the way they are presented. Well, a company, they have a specific need, maybe much more concrete need. They want to save waste. Now, how can they use prediction technology to save waste? Well, you can't really expect them to know. You can't really expect a company to sort of order prediction services because they have no clue about what it is. So we need to help them understand the potential and the benefit, and then we need to talk their language. So we're focusing on, in our EDI, on application of AI, and then AI is a wide field, but I think prediction is really one of them where we could utilize the technology. Machine vision is another, to actually understand what a computer sees. And then third, natural language processing is also an important one. So I think this is why the Norwegian EDI, we have 3 EDIs in Norway. They are all built up as consortia with clusters, test centers, industry experts, and research companies together. And I think this is sort of the success factor to be able to actually bridge the gap between need and technology.
Yeah, thank you, Erik. And speaking of success factors, I would like to ask Daniel and Pirko on your opinion about catalyzers of European digital innovation hubs. What is the success factor? Business, science, national authorities, combination of all? Why? So, Daniel, we can start from you.
Yes, thanks. So, I mean, ideally, it would be a combination of all, I think. So if EDs work really well, I think they can serve as a excellent platform for all of these actors to meet. And at the center of this platform, I think, should be kind of the challenges and opportunities that public organizations and local companies are facing in relationship to digitalization. But also so that so EDs could work as a platform tying all of these together, but also ensuring that so everyone tied in this network will actually have good value from being a part of it. I think that would be a good catalyst, I think.
Yeah. Pirko, what do you think?
I think this really needs, like mentioned earlier, cooperation. And I would say that cross-sectoral cooperation. So I would say ICT technology pretty much like tools to implement different applications, but we really need the sector understanding. For example, if I'm thinking about we are doing things, water digitalization, we really need to understand what does digits means, what this data means. Digital people understand how to transfer the digit and data, but then what is the content of the data? What does it mean? There we really need the cross-sectoral cooperation. I think that is very important. Also, I think in the DIG, it's very important that we always have the owner of the challenge in the picture, so who can immediately give a feedback. What's wrong? What's not? What is working? What is not working? But like say very simplified, digital is, or let's say ICT is a tool to make things smarter in different sectors.
Yeah, and smarter and greener. Unfortunately, we don't have time left. So I would just like to ask to go around table with perhaps a personal message about green and digital transition and your wishes for edX, for them to perhaps for them to be the catalysator of it. So Kirke, can we start with you, your final message?
I think what also Erik and Pirko mentioned, that for our EDIC, it's very important that we go and focus on the needs of each client, and we build reliable, good examples first, test before invest, through the trainings, consulting, and test before invest type of activities. And that in turn will have a wider impact later on in awareness raising for many other companies. So that we go very much inside the companies and try to understand what are the obstacles, why they don't invest in digital technology, what are the problems in knowledge, are the problems in technology or data, or how they have gathered data and so on. So it's pretty much what Erik and Pirko also said, that we go on deployment level, and through good examples we raise awareness in more general.
Yep. Erik, your message.
I think we need to dare to make choices as both individual EDIs, but also as countries. And the reason is simply that we need to be more specific. Sometimes when we talk about digitalization or becoming more green, we tend to talk about very big things. We need to save the planet. Well, for a carpenter, what does that mean? it's very difficult to sort of translate these very broad overall political statements into something practical and tangible. And I think we need to do that. We need to help both the authorities, but also the companies to dare to make choices. And it's not to limit ourselves. And this is the important thing. When you make choices, you also have opportunities to become much more creative. And I think limiting the choices makes you much more innovative. And we need to get started. So instead of opening up a Pandora's box of everything, dare to make choices and become innovative, get started, and then take it from there.
Okay, thank you very well. Daniel.
Yes, so my hope is that with this conference, we have launched a new concept that can serve as the kind of main organizing logic for both companies and digital innovation hubs. So DigiGreen, strategies where digital and green transition are put in the front seat together with other business aspects as we're driving transformation forward.
Yeah, thank you. Erika.
I think, or I would like to wish for edX actually to be very experimental. I think the whole exercise of being an edX or becoming is an experiment. So embrace it. And I think I wish creativity, I wish courage and agility. There will be opportunities and problems, and you need a courage to act creatively and quickly upon them. Or we hope so.
Thank you. Pirkko, your last message.
Yeah, I very much support what already said, and especially what Erik was saying, that we should come down to the earth, be concrete, and bring out the benefits of the digitalization in all levels of the organization, so that all levels understand what are the benefits, why we are doing this.
Thank you. Una.
I will be short at the end and just say 2 words: cooperation and creativeness from the edX. So good luck to all of you.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for nice words, for wishes, for your insights on how edX have to focus, how they have to embrace innovations and knowledge, how they have to experiment, and so on and so forth. And well, let's hope that finally they will really become enablers of this green and digital transition that each and every one of us are so aiming and reaching for. So thank you once again for a very nice discussion, and thanks everyone who was today with us, or even who is watching the recording of this conference. And see you next time. Bye.